Good afternoon. This is very much a deviation from the norm. This is a just chatting stream. Now, I know we had one the other Monday, and well, it didn't go down too well. But this one's going to be a bit different because I have some new bobbins. Now, these are bobbins I have envied for a while. Now, don't get me wrong, I do have a bit of a kleptomania kind of issue with bobbins, frankly with a lot of things, but notebooks even more so. And that's writable notebooks, even though I don't like writing, because my handwriting's illegible and I can't spell. So that's even more bizarre. But I have a bit of a bobbin kleptomania thing going. And, well, the setup I've got is really not conducive for you seeing what is going on at all in the slightest. And if I thought about it, I'd have used different coloured thread, because at least you'd be able to see it. For I am working with white thread on white paper, so you're not going to really see a lot. But I thought you might enjoy a bit of a chat while we work and well, see what falls out the other end. It also doesn't help, like I am now. I haven't wound all my bobbins in advance, so as we know, this takes a little bit of time, and these bobbins don't really go in my bobbin winder. So on top of that, I have to wind them by hand. And in winding them by hand, well, it takes even longer. Not that it's horrendously long, but it does mean that it affects the whole thing. Now, I've drawn out on my piece of paper, not that you will really be able to see it, a bit of a pattern, so that I can follow it. But I have me, as I said, some new bobbins. So, as you can possibly tell, you can't really see a darn thing at this time. Again, this is because of the bolster pillow, which I have mentioned before. It's very difficult for me to film for you with, because, well, it just is. Now, these bobbins really are bolster pillow only bobbins. And you might be aware that if you look carefully at the pillow, that the thread seems thicker than usual. Well, you'd be right. This is because I am currently using crochet cotton. Why? Because I can, frankly. Because I thought it would be an interesting idea to try working with significantly larger thread than usual. And, well, see what it would turn out like is the short answer. Now, I've drawn on my thing something that, I don't know, you can't even call it a bookmark, frankly, it's too wide for that. It's about the width of one of our strips that we've been working on, or half a square. But this only uses 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18 pairs of bobbins, which, well, that's less than half the normal amount. Now, maybe they are spread out a little bit too much, but again, we shall see, right? So, as I said, you're not going to be able to see very much. So this is more chatting while I do it. I will give you a show of the bobbin in a sec. I've just been winding it on and forgot to do a really important bit. I have to undo the bit, unwind the bit that I've wound on, and you'll see why in a minute. So, this is the bobbin. And yes, that's as far away as I can be. But so is this. So, for those who are in the know, you might guess, and you would be correct, that I have annoying dogs and hooded bobbins. Hooded bobbins are designed so that the general lace making does not involve touching the thread. That you do your work and the thread, you almost can, go out in the garden, stick it in the mud, come in and work on the thread. It's not the only benefit, but it is one of the key benefits of it. I quite like the fact that it's got a really long winding area. In fact, you can pretty much use the whole damn thing. There's nothing to stop you using the whole stalk, so you can arguably put quite a lot on it. Which is why I'm trying some thicker thread, because, well, thicker thread takes up more space, but it is interesting to be able to actually pack it out with some big thread and for it still to be quite usable. Now, there's a video on YouTube that I'm really interested in, and the video on YouTube is basically these bobbins with a small change. Well, it's based on these bobbins, is the short answer, which is that it's a hooded bobbin, but that the hood fits more like the top of a lip sill, so that it actually covers the whole spindle, pretty much. That's right, my thread's a bit twisted, I need to dangle the bobbin below. So, how does that help? Well, it also means that because there are two holes drilled in the hooded aspect of this lip still style bobbin, that you twist and it gets shorter or longer, which I find interesting. Now, you will notice that I have a lot of bobbins. Well, I don't have a lot of bobbins, but I have a lot of things going on at the moment. Hang on, I need to move the microphone a bit. Let's do that. Display you around like this, so that you come in from the side. I need to put the lid back on, and I need to grab me a bin. So as I said, this is more just chatting than usual. I mean, normally we have a fair amount of chat if there's someone to talk to. But today is more about me playing with my new bobbins than really achieving anything in particular, for I am not arguably learning anything new. I'm just playing with new bobbins. But playing with new bobbins that you can't really see. So, for example, this is what they look like when they're done. So you have this hooded bit that slips over the top, which makes them quite large in the hand. And it also tends then to lend itself to the what is known as the underhand bobbin technique. Now, I have no problem with doing the underhand bobbin technique. I have, as long as the bobbins roll, i.e. they've not got spangles, that I can do that. I can do, and you know, it is a worthy skill to learn. She says, discovering that her left hand is not in the mood for being intelligent today. So I'm doing this with a slightly different twist to normal, in that I need to move my pin pot, because then I'm having to change hand to go and grab a pin, and then I'm trying to use the hand that doesn't want to today to do the pinning, so let's not do that. So I am doing torsion today. One thing I really do like about bolster pillows is that you just hook things over the edge, and well, the bobbins stay where you put them, really. You can have a number of pokey pins. You can't really see it. Let me move the camera. See, look, pokey pin. There you go. and you put the pokey pins in, and you can just like dangle the bobbins over, and then when you want them, you pick them up, and they were where you left them. It is a great and glorious thing. Now, obviously, you can only put so many bobbins around a pin, and if you look, I've actually done some one way and some this way, makes more space. That's because these two are the edge, and the rest of the middle. Not that it actually matters, but that's what I did. I have stupidly used bobble pins here, so the little glass bead top pins also are stupid in lace making because, of course, well, that attracts your lace to catch on it, or your string to catch on it. But this is much more string-like, and clearly, you know, well, that's what we're doing. So, why did I not do this dot? Well, that's because I'm going to do a spider here, because I freaking can. I may put some more dots on my picture, so I've done a spider, left a few gaps, not that you can see it, I've then done another spider, and I've left it in a point. What I might do is make it longer, so it is a really fat bookmarky thing, because, well, again, and I mean this with respect to myself, much as I really, really want a fine, delicate, dainty, what if I can do a neck curtain that I'd be happy with say this size thread, well then the number of bobbins that I'm okay with covers more distance. Think about that. Now, obviously at the moment, I am very much glossing over the example of work of yesterday. Yesterday's piece of work I have completed. I've completed the two, so I have 2 test squares to make a new join with. If you are in my Discord channel, you will have noticed that I have already said I have lost 10 sanity points doing it. Now, obviously, sanity points are not real sanity points, and yes, I just managed to kick the bottom of the camera support, so it wobbled. I apologise. Hang on. Silver of Dragon has posted something, and I wanted to see what Silver of Dragon has posted. I'm sure it was Silver of Dragon. It says Silver of Dragon is live. Where is he? Oh, he's playing Dead by Daylight. Right, okay. Because he posts his titles in Finnish or Danish. I think he's Danish. Which I do not speak. Often I have to go to see what the actual translation. Well, I have to try get it translated to find out what he said. So, but it looked like it was something. It said it looks like huge something. Now, obviously, that's the British in me reading it. But apparently it does not mean huge. So let's not worry about that. I thought he had something really exciting. So. But yes, I am hand winding these bobbins, which is because they have quite a thin neck, but they would hold quite a bit, because obviously if you look inside, oh, I forgot to do it again, for fuck's sake. If you look inside, this is from the big end down, that's quite a diameter, and there's the small hole at the bottom. So as long as you don't wind the thread so that you know, even if you have to kind of force it on a little bit, it's not really an issue, because, well, it's not. Because as long, you know, it's still doing its job, and it's not like the thread moves per se while you're working, so it only moves when you need it to, hopefully. So in some ways, rubbing up against the collar and holding it still could be beneficial. I mean, it has some downsides. But yes, I am winding them by hand, and it takes a little while because, well, I'm winding them by hand. I should set up a thing, because you can set up a bit of yarn on your pillow and then wind them using friction and prayer kind of thing. But this will do. My fingers are fairly efficient at it, after all. Now I'm overloading them, as I always do, just because. Why not? Because it dawned on me, if I really wanted to, I could get more sheets of A4 paper, carry on, and sorry, I'm trying to vaguely measure. They all have roughly the same amount on. But that if I overdo it, and I want to, I could hardly make a metre long strip of it. And either, you know, keep going, well, until I get bored. Well, that doesn't take very long, I'm sure you understand that. But in essence, that I would be able to keep going, so I've almost got a long enough strip to call it a bookmark. Not a bookmark, a window piece. Because, well, you know, maybe. You know, there's, you know, stranger things has happened. I mean, I don't expect it to be the answer, because, well, I do think they are spread slightly too far apart. Just this happens to be the size of squared paper that I've got. So I have, you know, basically just put dots in the corner of the squares, but with my trusty pen, it is no more exciting than that. But you never know. Oh, how sweet. That on the end of there, like that. Stick the hood back over the top. There we go. Doesn't really matter which side I do. Oi, dog! Let's go back to doing the left side first, because, well, why not? So, pull you down. You down, pull you down. Now, need to lengthen you slightly. Right. Stick in a pin. I haven't pre-pricked it or anything, so it's a bit hit and miss, you know. And I can't really show you what my hands do, because, well, I haven't got a camera this side, so I can't really move the one I've got, because, well, then you're in my couch. So let's put you there. Now, I am doing a slight difference today with my ground stitch, in that I am doing 2 twists on the torsion bars. This is partly because, well, there's a really, really long journey between the two, and that doesn't look like you had 2. So I'm going to undo that a sec. Looks like I may have started out with the wrong premise. No, you did have to. You just didn't look like it. Oh, let's put you back then. It's only a test piece. Doesn't have to be perfect. But what I do have is one bobbin that seems to have run away a bit. One thing I do quite like about these hooded bobbins, though, is because the knot is on the top half. When you come to wind it back up, so it's, you know, it's being a bad bobbin. When you wind it back up, you lift the hood, you grab the thread, because, let me show you on this one as it's nearer the top. If you lift this up, there's quite a lot of, you can see where the thread is, so you can also see then where to grab it, because, well, it's there right under your face. In fact, it's kind of hard to miss it. What are my dogs doing? One moment, hang on. Small mute then. We do not bark at whatever we were barking. You worsted it a few times, that's plenty. Yes, it is. Don't give me that tone of fur. Oh. The only thing that you have to do with this is, when winding the bobbin, is you've got to remember to slip the hood on first, because you can't really put it on afterwards. Now, you know, it is the kind of thing that you think, well, it's a shame you can't, but it's kind of logical. But I am winding on yet another bobbin. So as I say, I do apologise for the fact that you can't really see what is going on. But there we go. We are here to chat more than to bear witness, as the phrase goes. Because I really do like the idea of these bobbins. As I said, there's just something about the idea that really appeals to me. And so now they've arrived. Well, got to play with them. Again, they weren't very expensive, despite the fact that there's, you know, 2 pieces of bobbin kind of thing. They were surprisingly inexpensive, which I also quite like. And as we know, all tools serve a purpose. All tools are subject to personal preference. And, well, yeah, as I said, the only downside of these is really they are not designed for working on a flat pillow. They require gravity for the hoods to work, right? For it is gravity that holds them down. But they don't weigh a lot, but they weigh enough, if that makes sense. These are made out of incredibly cheap wood. There were more expensive ones, so two-tone ones and pretty ones, and but I went with these because, well, I didn't know if I'd like them, so I didn't want to spend more than I had to. But I bought 2 lots of 50, so I've got technically enough to do a strip, right? And in buying 250s, I actually got 2 lots of 5 extra free, so I've actually arguably got 110 of them. Now, you know, if I'm happy with how this turns out, for example, well, 110 could you know, cover quite a lot of a window. And then you don't have to worry about joints at all. So, as I said, I do apologise that this is not going to be the most visually stimulating portion of my videos, but at the same time you get to hear me talk about my bobbins and talk with you about whatever you want to talk about too. So, you know, it's all open to we're open to chat today. So, put the bobbin lid back on that one. We get another pin. We pull these bobbins down. See, I just reach round and lo, the bobbins are here, where I left them, in the order that I left them. It's funny how it works like that when doing it on a bolster pillow. And of course, with bigger, fatter threads, you get to see a bit more of what you're doing. I mean, obviously, if I'd used purple instead of white, you'd be able to see what I was doing better. But as I said, I apologise for the fact that you can't really see very well because it's white on white on white. But, bite me, this is, you know, kind of how it's turned out. I need to shorten this one for some reason. So let's wind you up a little bit. There we go. So, I have you two, and I need you two. You over there. And I grab you, because I'm doing cloth stitch through the 2 edge pairs to give it a bit of an edge, and then double twist it, and I do my normal torsiony ground cross and twist, place pin, cross and twist, but I do an extra twist because, well, it's going off to a whole new world. So I'll put that round there a second, and then grab the next 2, which is you two, and you've only got 1 twist, so we'll put the second one. Today we are not overly inventing, my dear friend. Today we are playing with, why is it that Liz always manages to pick pins that don't want to go in? We are, to be honest, we are doing something that is a bit more in your direction, for we are using fat crochet thread. I know you can't really see it, but I am playing with new bobbins. And the new bobbins, she says pulling out as I've got to do filled some more because I haven't preloaded my bobbins. So primarily the bobbin looks like this. Okay? But it has a friend. It has a hat. These are German hooded bobbins. And basically the thread goes under the hat, right? These are designed for bolster pillows. I could raise the height of the bolster pillow, but you still wouldn't really see any more because, well, the bobbins are all my side and kind of round the horizon. Yeah, they're called hooded bobbins because, well, it works like a hood. It stops you putting your big fat grubby hands all over it. Now, I have found these interesting because, remember I saw that video of the one that looks a bit like a lipstick where you twisted it to extend it and then twisted it the other way to shrink it? That's basically what these fundamentally are, but without such a fitting hat. So, but basically, yeah, I've always wanted some of these, so I finally got some. And I haven't pre-wound them. If I'd thought about it more, I would have used coloured thread. I've got black, I've got purple and blue, and well, a whole host of rainbow colours, to be honest. But I didn't. I used white because, well, it is traditional. And obviously I'm doing it on a white piece of squared paper with a few dots on it put on by my dear old Beryl handwriting pen. So this is not really a learn as you go thing. But from your point of view, Nauticelt, this might appeal a little bit more in that you'll be able to see the shapes of it at the end a little bit more because it's that much bigger with bigger thread. And it will maybe give you the visualization of realistically, you know, what you could do with ropes in the same vein. Because, you know, as we proved yesterday, some of the thread that I've got is, you know, considerably thicker than others. And this is, well, crochet cotton. So, and there is a wound one. Not that you can overly see it. But I can't really, by the way, the distance between the cushion and the pillow is about 6 inches. Oh, fuck off, spam bots. I want mine, but it takes so many clicks to report a spam bot. You've got to click on about 3 different things, then you get to type in their sin. They put less effort into spamming you than you have to try and report them. It's kind of wrong, really. And you can't seem to program. I can't, much as it says in my ear, for example, possible spam bot. I can't program it to report them. You can't report them using kind of, there's no like /report excuse, you know, kind of command. You have to click on buttons. And well, that really doesn't help. So, makes it awkward. So this is more of a chatting stream while Liz learns and plays with new bobbins. One of the core differences that you can't see, so I apologise that you can't see it, is that when you use this style of bobbin, and generally on a bolster pillow is also true, you have to use the underhand technique. You know what do I mean by that? It's not a secret ninja handshake or anything more complicated than that. But what it is that instead of having your hands over the top of the bobbins and picking them up and putting them down, you put them in your hands and you kind of go nomny nomny nom, and out come stitches. Now, fortunately, you can't fit too many of these bobbins in your hand, so you don't try and show off with these bobbins by picking up, you know, 20 bobbins and going nomny nomny nom and expecting, you know, kind of stuff to come out the other end. So with that in mind, these are quite practical. I need to let them dangle because it's all twisted. Because of, even though I'm winding them on in the correct manner, which is to roll it on. Look, I roll it on. It's still twisting. So go about there will do. The other thing that I am finding is that when I do the twisty knot to go at the top, that it kind of disappears into nothingness as I do it. And then I have to redo it because it's kind of poofed. So pin, it's too short. So I am doing the same torsiony stuff that I usually do, but I am adding a second twist because realistically the pins are a little bit far away, and well, why not? You know, some people do two anyway, so why not? I thought I would. So you are fundamentally done with on this side for now. So I will. So let's go back to my previous standard of you two down the back, you two down the back, you two down the front, you two down the front, and you two down the front. Now, why have I done some to the back, some to the front? That's because the two down the back are the edge two pairs that I've been doing in cloth stitch. But I want them out the way because they're not going to form this spider. Now, I know this doesn't look much like a spider, but it's got the legs on it. So now we need to make pairs for the other side. Let's put down some of my pins to give them a bit of strength. Now, what I will do is put in a pin. Where shall I put a pin? I want a pin. I want a bigger pin. Where's my pin collection? I want a pin. You are the dead pin. I'd forgotten about you. This is my normal stitch, so this is the normal torsion cross twist, pin, cross twist, move to the next one, but with an extra twist between the actual pins to give it a bit more escapism, to give it a bit more solidness between. Yeah, you send me pics. I just want to put these pins, bobbins out the way a little bit because, well, I won't need you till I come back to you, but I don't. Actually, I really could do with you being a bit further out the way. Change your plan. Move you back. Hang on. Camera's getting in the way. I really want you put up there. And that's fine because we can do there. I just don't want you to hook on that bobbin. There we go. Like that, and then once again, I can't see. Judge the. I wonder if it's my depth perception that's fucked. I'm quite good at catching, right? I'm good at driving. I'm good at catching. I can tell where an object is. I can tell where my body is. But the moment it comes to a bit of string, I can't see it. It's like it's invisible. Well, it's not invisible because I can see it. I just can't tell where it is. Right, but that's got you out the way, which means I can work on the middle now to get the pears down. So let's bring you back round, because you are kind of done for. I don't really need you. So in fact, let's put you over here as well. Let's take you down and you down. Like that. I don't know why, but these feel like these slip, but they almost can't slip because they've got the standard twisty knot, half hitchy kind of thing, and then they've got the hood kind of stopping, and so they haven't got a chance to go baggy. But somehow some of them seem to have got longer, and I don't quite see how they got longer, because, well, I assume somehow I've been twisting the bobbins and making them longer, because this knot that you make, the twisty knot, half hitchy type thing in nautical terms, that you do at the top, you know, it's not, I mean, it's a good knot, but it has limitations. It has good points and bad points, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with it, it's not a bad knot, it's, you know, but at the same time, as you know, I don't have OCD, but at the same time, my bobbin's getting longer and longer, because if they're too out of whack in length. And why did my ear just go pink? Oh, that was nautical, that's why. That's right, my ear went pink before my phone did, which my brain farted with. Yeah, hang on. Hang on. So if I hold it like that, cross, it is very similar. Fucking phone keeps. Why is it that your phone? I mean, for those of you who do this, I look at stuff on my phone a lot because it's far more practical for me to look at it on that. And so you've got a cross. And I kind of, but that's, yours is a bit more, that's a bit more rose groundy, to be honest, but with a very non-existent hole in the middle. But it is very, very similar, nautical. It is very, very similar. Let me do that then. So if you look at what Nautical sent me, let me grab said picture. I don't have a thing for that. Hang on. Abuse the paint one. Hang on. There you go. So if I no paint reflight, and that's not showing, is it? Why are you not showing? Oh, I know why. It's because it's in background. No. For some reason, it's not showing that picture. It does on the preview screen. Let me try that again. Wait, transition. Let me do that. Do it the hard way then. So, if you look at it from a Liz perspective, so obviously, yep, there it is. We come in, and from the sides, the first thing you would do, that's right, I can't see it because it's now a 2-inch frigging thing on my window, hang on, is we would do a cross, Well, technically that would be a twist, so we'll ignore that it's the other way round, because, you know, just flip it over and it'll be the same thing, right? So you've got a twist, then a cross, and then a twist. And then the corners have kind of twists at the end. So it is a lot more like what I'm doing in that there is an extra twist, except that I am doing 2 twists between. So I can't draw on it and have you see it, which is really irritating. This is the one time things like Teams is really good, where you can just draw on the screen. So if you look at one of the little squares that you know, not the hexagon holes, the actual squares of crossing threads, there's twists that go into it. But if you look, there's kind of like a Catherine wheel with 4 points that form the centre of that square, right? Those 4 are made very much the same way I'm making mine here. The difference is the corners. So right? So the corners where the threads come in, obviously they're twisted. Now, in mine, I do cross, twist, cross, which gives you top, middle, bottom of those 4 bits in the centre. The corners are twisted. So it is very, very similar, but I'm doing 2 in between, and obviously mine are not close enough that they look like nauticals, right? Because there is a lot more distance between them. If mine was sufficiently close, such as I did it on my normal tinier grid, it would probably look a lot more like that. But again, if I chose not white on white paper, because, well, I picked up a piece of white paper with that had squares on it, because I thought, you know, I wanted to make the grid bigger. But realistically, yes, that is very, very similar to the torsion ground. Very, very similar. It just looks a bit different, and you'd need to flip it over because you need it to go cross. So, remembering that cross is left over right and twist is right over left. So, it's the other way round, but it's the same thing, right? It is very, 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 very similar. But I'm doing 2 twists because I feel like it. Normally it is only the single twist, of course. So yes, realistically, that is the same thing in the middle. It's just, and obviously the cloth stitch is roughly what you do at the edge. So it is very, very similar, my friend. Very, very similar. I need more bobbins. 2 sticks, 2 hats, poke the thing down the hat. So the only thing that you do have to do with these is obviously poke the string through the hat first and not drop it like a twat. I drop so much stuff. If I didn't know better, I would say there's something wrong with me. I mean, you know, other than the obvious, right? You know, just because I can't see where threads are in relation to each other. What the hell's a pole? Don't know. I don't understand nautical. Context lost. No, I'm not doing a poll on what's wrong with me. No, I mean genuinely medically that, you know, I have distance. I have difficulty judging distance of curly things. I am forever picking things up and immediately dropping them. Rory, stop looking at me like I'm interesting. trample your sister. There you go. What? There's plenty of room for you there. There is. Yes. No, don't maul me. But yeah, it's... You know, if I didn't know better, I would say that there was something kind of actually, you know, kind of one of the degenerative things going on. But I have always been a bit like it. It just is. You know, it does feel like it is getting worse. But I think when you've just done it, it always feels like it's getting worse because you remember the last time you did it, if you know what I mean. I don't know why this is getting so twisty doing this. I mean, I'm winding it in a manner that should mean that it does not twist. But it is turning into a big pile of twistiness. Which is not helping. That's one bobbin. As I mentioned, I am putting far too much thread on these bobbins. Because. Well, as I said, don't forget to put the hat on first. If I really like how it's going and I keep going, I can get another sheet of A4 and put some doodles on it and well, you could do all of them, and this is kind of what I was hoping I could talk to you. You know, I was hoping you'd chart was because there is no reason you can't do any of these with rope, right? Because if you had, I mean, even this with the kind of V-shaped top, right? That's right, the twister's decided to turn it into a fucking great knot. Hang on. Glasses off and pin picking time. For anyone who does embroidery, you understand this knot. I mean, it has knotted, not that you can necessarily see that. Well, okay. But well, hear me out though. Nothing stops if you had, say, a bit of broom handle, right? Put in some nails in it so that to keep bits of rope uniquely far apart. And working down in kind of this style, right? You could start from a flat edge, like I did with my little test strip yesterday. And you can do this with rope. You do not need bobbins. I mean, they help, but you don't need bobbins. You could pass rope around. You can swap them over. I mean, obviously, the thicker the rope, the harder it would be. But fuck's sake. No, not to make cylindrical thing. To make a flat thing, just like I'm making a flat thing. Fuck's sake, how do these how do twists end up so knotted despite the fact that, and why am I getting such backache unpicking one knot? to loop your rope round as a start. So like having a pin to hang, but you'd hang your rope across rather than put pins in. Because it would be easier than having lots of shitty little nails everywhere. Because otherwise you need a really long bit of wood and, you know, an arseload of nails. Whereas if you did it a little more freeform, shall we call it, so more like your mat in the sense of ignoring the fact that they're all 3 bits of rope. Well, you could... Well, exactly, right? I mean, you know, I know you're not afraid of a few bits of wooden nails, right? But from making a lace point of view, how has this twist turned into knot of the decade? I've done it now. It was about 16 knots. Yeah, I can tell you that there was, you know, all it is because it is twisted, and I don't know why it's twisting, because the way I'm winding on, if you take the thing and wind the string round like this, so if I wind the string round and hold it still, that usually puts twists in it. If you do what I'm doing, which is you move the bobbin round and round, and it just slowly eats up the thread, you don't put twists in it. And the reason for that is because obviously if you do it in the wrong direction, you undo the twist. If you do it in the other way, you're adding twist. But there must be something different about this crochet cotton that makes it super twisty, because it is really friggin' twisty. But it managed to tie itself in a big friggin' knot. And of course, I've got a migraine today, which doesn't help. So, you know, working with white things on white things probably is not the brightest of my ideas of the day. But, you know, considering I've got a ball of purple stuff on my desk, I went and got the white one, because it's traditionally white. So I went and got the white one, you know. This seems awfully long, this side. I swear I put a lot more yarn on this bobbin than I did any of the others. Whatevs. Hello! Right, so. Binny. Spin off there, actually. Grab you. Yeah, you're a bit short. Which was the long one? Not you. Let's make you longer then, because you've got the most on you. So as I said, I do apologise 1,000-fold that you can't really see what's going on, but, well, this isn't really so much about you. This is more of a chatty thing. A chat while Liz plays with her bobbins. That is kind of the purpose of today. And one of my bobbins has got really long, so we will wind you back up. I really would have thought these wouldn't be so prone to that. Yeah, you've only got one twist on, so. Right, and then. In there. And then you go over there, and you come down here, and you come back down here, and you come back down here. And we go and get another pair of bobbins. I'm really thirsty. I don't know why. Maybe that's part of the reason I've got a migraine. Should have taken something for it, but hey, let's not. Where's the fun in that? I really should count the number of pokes and sticks and hoods I've got to make sure I've got the right number, but it's effort and all that. So, how's everybody doing today? How was your Monday? Tuesday? Tuesday it is. How was your Tuesday? Ooh. That's a bit of a bugger. Do you have any clues as to why it doesn't work, Nautical? I must admit, I've always liked the look of knitted shawls. I just don't understand why anyone wants one. It's a bit like lace making, I guess, is that I like them, but I don't know what I do. What do you do with them? Because I can't really wear one. I mean, what? They don't feel practical to me, so well, and I think that's the thing, is that they can look pretty, but you know, well, there is that. I mean, box it up, sulk for a week. You know, that'd be my solution to it all. Pitch a small fit at it. Shout at it. Teach it some new words. And then move on. Yeah, that would be me. I wish you could see what I was doing with my hands, but I can't. I really haven't got the ability to move the camera or the lace pillow kind of enough that I can show you what I'm doing, which is fair enough. you over there. One more and we get to make the spider. So, this pair of bobbins on the... We'll make one more pair of bobbins and stick it on the end of here. I mean, I have planned for 2 more pairs of bobbins, but I could kind of stop. I can't see in my bag to grab a stick. Hat. So yes, I wish I could show you more of this, but there really isn't the scope. I can't... I haven't got anywhere I can sit in a chair or a table near my computer so that everything works, far enough away that I can have, you know, the camera next to me and not dogs and so hence you know, you may recall I've said a few times that bolster cushions would be really difficult to show you. Now I have my big bolster cushion, for which I bought a luggage. You bastard pissing thing! Can you see this? See this knot? Look, how? A minute, you know, at no point were you ever an end that could do that. You have tangled of your own free will. And you've got about... No! Well, obviously, but when I started, there was like a 2-inch bit off the end of my cone. I don't cut it. No, I'm not that mean. I just have to poke it a lot with a pen. I am quite good at undoing knots. I am the anti-nautical. I undo knots. I was once heralded as saviour, and I felt really bad for the poor bloke. How do I explain this? I'm not girly, right? I am the least girly girl that you'll ever meet, right? Pretty much. I have no interest in transitioning, because that sounds like effort. But I am the least girly girl. Anyway, I was at my friend's... Was it her 40th birthday? Must have been her 40th birthday. So my friend's wife's 40th birthday, which had been a little bit hair-raising for me because it was supposed to be a surprise party for her, which it was, but I was supposed to be the getaway car at the end. Only my car broke down. It's only ever broken down a couple of times. I think 3 in the God knows how many years that I've had it. And this, of course, was one. So I had to bow out of being the getaway car at the end to return them to their home. And that was highly frustrating because obviously I had to let my friend know that I would not be able to perform my duties. Because we'd been planning this for a while. So he managed to sort all of that out. But because it was her birthday, my ex-husband said, no worries, I'll drop you off. Now, it's an hour's drive each way from here, okay? It's not exactly a round the corner job. Moreover, he was on call, so he had to come back here. He couldn't stay at the party. Because he was, you know, my friend, you know, I need to point out this guy was the husband of the pair, was best man at our wedding. So, you know, it's not like he doesn't, you know, Trev would be banned from being there for any reason. And I was sitting there watching them all do their thing because I'm really not a party dude. Well, I stay at home, you know, clearly I'm not going to be a party dude. And I saw this little girl. She must have been 4 or 5. Not great with small children ages. I mean, I'm great with small children, just not great with predicting age of small children. But she was really quite small. And so she may even have been slightly younger. But I'm going to go with 4 or 5. Anyway, she'd had a balloon on a string. And it was almost less stringy than this, right? And she'd managed to get it tied round her finger, and it was now cutting circulation off on her finger. And with none of us having a sharp object on us, because the days of carrying penknives in your pocket are kind of gone, I sat there and I talked to her while I slowly picked apart the knot. And, you know, because Dad was getting a little bit wound up because thinking he was going to end up taking this poor kid to hospital because none of us had a sharp object kind of thing. And I picked the knot, 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 and I unpicked it, and saved her balloon, because, you know, she was quite attached to the balloon, as small children often are, and gave her back her balloon, and obviously saved the day. And, you know, Dad was so grateful, he really didn't know quite what to do. So he offered to dance with me, and it's kind of like, dude, there's a reason I'm sitting on the floor. I don't dance. Frankly, I can't. I make Dad dancing look really like the Bolshoi Ballet, alright? I don't dance. But also, if I wanted to dance, I probably would have done, alright? But he obviously felt that, he'd obviously seen that I'd been sitting there the whole evening and hadn't got up and danced, and maybe felt that I didn't feel I could. But it was the fact that, dude, you're clearly married, because, you know, well, you've got kid, and I'm pretty sure your wife's around here somewhere. Because I would know if my friend had invited a single dad with kid kind of thing, because he would have mentioned it. Not because, oh, there's a single bloke, you know, it's not that kind of mentioned it, but he went, oh, you know, so-and-so's going to bring his kid, and it would be that kind of mention it, right? So his wife's around somewhere, and I'm pretty sure she was kind of standing in the background, you know, losing her shit, and I just don't remember that portion particularly because I was too busy untying the knot. Because the knot was the most important part of my, you know, my attention. But it was just, I found it really, really odd that he kind of felt that he had to kind of repay with gratitude, but the only thing he could offer was to dance. And it's kind of like, no, dude, believe me, it would be more awkward if you just kind of go, thanks, and walk off. It would be more awkward dancing than you just walking away, dude. It really would. For I am not a dancing dude. I'm not. Because I don't drink as well, so it's not even like you could ply me with enough liquor to make me dance. It doesn't happen. Liz does not dance. We did not dance at our wedding, because Trev's not a dancing dude either. We did not do none of that. There was no dancing at our wedding. Not by us, anyway. If you want to dance, you dance away, dude. But not us. We do not do the dancing. Now, I can see... No. You are correct. It's right. It didn't look like 2 twists. But that's my eyesight for you. Again, white on white does not help. So... Right. Let's put you round the back, because I don't need you. Why is that an odd number? I don't think it is. Right. I have all of my spidery pears. Oops. I've gone round this pin over there, which is very pin-like of it. Like this. I am going to transfer you, the spares here, to round the back. A few more out of the way. Like that. We will then bring these pairs down in order. See, if you notice, as I said, one of the things that really does puzzle me about working on a bolster pillow is that if you think of all the times that I've got my bobbins on a flat surface and the number of times they've twisted and tangled and done weirdy things, and I'm sitting there going, where do you come from? Where have you gone? But the moment you chuck them around on a bolster pillow, they stay where you put them. Makes no sense, really doesn't. So we need to do some twists. So I'm going to put, it's got 2 twists on it already. I'm going to do 2 more. She says now, not convinced that she just did 2 more. Yes, she did. Right, 2 more for you. 2 more for you. 2 more for you. And 2 more for you. 2 more for you. Why does it feel like a lot more legs? 2 more for you. That's because you are also over there. Right. So I've got my 6 pairs of legs. This is a good thing. So let's put you over there a minute. Let's get another pokey pin. Put you over there. Before I can keep you out the way a little bit. And have party people in the middle. And you are the wrong 2. So you 2. Right. So we need to do crusty cross, crusty cross, crusty cross. Put you over there. Put you down in the middle. Put you back. Next up is you. So you go across. As I said, I do appreciate that you cannot really see what the hell is going on, other than my semi-descriptive or lack thereof of explanation. And a couple of the bobbins seem to have got longer as they're touching the table. There we go. And then this pair, last pair, goes across. So you go across, and you can go over there. You go across, you go over there, and you go across. And now we have been there. Splat. I mean, running length isn't so important to me, Nautic, because, you know, I get like a kilometre of thread on a bobbin for like £9. And, you know, in terms of bookmarks, that's one heck of a lot of bookmarks. I mean, obviously it takes a lot more thread than you think it does. Because a bit like I was explaining to Trev with the weaving, for every pair you have per inch, right? So obviously, where's my tape measure? She says, looking around because she's had a bit of a move about because, well, I lost my glasses yesterday and all hell broke loose. The reason I lost my glasses is the dog had wanged them across the room. When you can't see more than 2 inches beyond your nose and your glasses are no longer where you left them, this is a hideously bad problem. Because, well, you now can't see to find your glasses because, well, you haven't got your glasses. So if we look, this is best part of just over 3 inches wide, and we've got, what did we work it out? 18 pairs of bobbins or something? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, yeah. We've got 18 pairs of bobbins, right? So 18 pairs of bobbins, 1 and 3, 6 pairs an inch, right? Six pairs of bobbins per inch, which seems a lot, but kind of isn't, right? So that's 12 threads. So if I was making a metre and it was going in a straight line, well, that's 6 metres already of thread per inch, right? Then you've got the crossways portion. In weaving, you'd have the weft, which usually works out to be a similar amount. Because, well, under, over, right? Now, in lace making, it's different, which is why life's complicated. But even at face value, the shortest amount you're going to need is, well, I'm keeping 6 per inch. Well, if it's going to be a metre long, that's a lot of inches. But obviously, you're now only talking of a width of 3 inches. So now you need 3 times, you need 18, basically, times the number of inches that you're doing, which is like 38. So suddenly, that's a lot of meterage that, you know, bear in mind that's inches, not metres, obviously. But it suddenly works out as quite a bit. And, well, it works out as quite a bit. So, I'm going to take you, and I'm going to work my way back. Pop you over there. Grab you. As I said, Nautica, if I was doing this on a better background or with better coloured thread, I think you would find it interesting to see the paths taken by the threads, because they are big enough really to actually be able to see what is going on. I think you'd find it interesting. So I apologise to you especially for not planning in advance that either to print something out on brown paper so that you can see, or to use dark threads so that you could actually see what the heck was going on. But certainly in terms of spiders, there is nothing stopping you in effect in making a spidery type thing out of your ropes, right? See, look, there's the traditional body. I know you can just about make it out because, well, of the shadows and the context. That's how we make spiders. So now I need to put you to one side like this, and then bring you down and you down. And we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're going to pick up the next pair of bobbins, which is you two. And we're going to join you together. Of course, I've just dropped a bobbin because it's got longer. And put in the edge of the spider. Like that. And then I'm going to shorten this bobbin because you're annoying. And then you go in here. And again, another one of the bobbins has definitely got longer. I'm not dreaming this. I know I'm not dreaming. And then we get the last one for this side. It always seems to be the same bobbin. I know this is going to sound weird, but out of all 3 pairs, it's the left-hand one that has got longer. Every time. How does that work out? Right. So. Oh, that funny weird one with the star. I'll have to dig you out the YouTube video. If you're talking of one of mine, I don't remember mine coming out hugely star-like. Yeah, there was a picture I showed of a star within a star one that I kind of quite liked the idea of, but it was not one of mine. But one I am tempted to try. I didn't twist this first. Hang on. Undo. Put you over there a sec. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do the twisties. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, now I've done the twisties, I don't need to think about them. But yeah, there was one on YouTube. There's a video about spiders. Huh? 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 What? I'm confused. Am I on drugs, or are you all like randomly saying weird things at me today? Because I mean, I know that can be a thing, but I'm sorry. Can I have that one translated, please? That's okay. I mean, I'm the queen of weird, but that one's lost me a little bit. I'm normally quite good with slightly random, but today I'm clearly struggling with it because Naughty Kel's really confused me a few times, and now you're at it, and my brain's just going, I don't get it. Help. There we go. You confused me earlier, if you remember, because you wrote pull and my brain just kind of took a swan dive and did a big splat at the bottom and went, crash, blue screen, reboot. You see, this is why spiders are good. They take up a lot of space. It's just a shame I'm not hugely keen on spiders. But that is a traditional spider. It looks like I screwed it up, actually. Hang on. I can't see it because... Hang on, I'm going to have to turn the light off. It's too bright. No, that's too dark. Fuck's sake. I'm going to undo this because for some reason this feels wrong. So I'm going to undo this and then take you and undo this. These two legs don't look like they've been done in the right order, which is why I'm undoing it. Because, well, just because it doesn't look like they're done in the right order. So I'm just going to check that I didn't manage to fuck up my bobbins order while I was fanning around. So, I did. You need to go in there. It's you that makes friends with you. But what you have got too long. Bad bobbin. Bad bobbin. Be shorter. So you are that one. Put in like that, and then around that. Put you around there, and then you go like that, and you go in there like that. It's easily done. I mean, for example, I would love dearly to make something for my neighbour, right? But she's as equally tomboy as I am. So she is a like 5 foot belly. I think she's like 5'1", tiny. She's very beautiful and delicate looking, but she is so not as a personality. She's exactly like me. This is why me and my neighbours get on so well, is that, well, we're frankly, brothers from another mother kind of level, right? In that they are practical people. They do not do impractical things. They're 2 out of 6. Oh God, 6 ads, really? Twitch ads are weird because everyone gets different ads. I do feel for you on that one. It is time, my people. I need to find more bobbins, but we only need a couple more. To be honest, I could call it quits and make it slightly thinner. Actually, I think it might look better if it was slightly thinner. I don't know what it is about Twitch ads, because obviously, despite the fact that I am aware when you get ads, unlike, for example, YouTube, who throws in ads randomly, and you will get ads at completely different times. So there's no way you can even do a thing where, while there are ad breaks, stopping and waiting. I hate it, but I also find myself compelled to it, because it is purely for streaming, right? It is not really go and search and do it's not like YouTube, where while people do live stuff on YouTube, primarily you go to YouTube to find a historical video, a video someone has already made. I have lots of views on that, Silkenon, and I'd probably get thrown off Twitch if I voiced all of them. But I do believe that some of the parenting, the level of social etiquette has swan-dived off a cliff. There's currently a big thing going on in another country with a YouTuber who went to another country, and basically all of his videos are of him abusing the local population, right? That's pretty much all he does. He's gone to a place where respect is... He's not in Japan, but he's gone to a place where respect is kind of a big normal over there. You don't have Karens, for example. And in essence, he videos... That's the dude. Johnny Smiley is basically a bit of a knob. And, well, actually quite a big bit of a knob. Most of a knob, actually, I think. If not a whole one. Now, but I've also seen that I also saw a video this morning, because, well, occasionally I watch some videos while waiting for things to start up. I don't think they're Japanese, but basically, yes. The guy who... he got beaten up. What a shame. I hadn't heard that one. But, the guy is basically looking at a considerable prison sentence because he does things like go into a restaurant, be rude to the staff, throws food around, makes sexual gestures at children, and all sorts of stuff. And, well, they don't like that over there. And so they're coming for him. And he's, but He's not the only one. As I said, I was watching this video earlier, and basically there's this girl. She was alright. Oh, it has been going on quite a long time. But people like him are filling up Twitch, YouTube. For example, I'm sorry, but I don't think much better of Mr. Beast. If an awful lot of the more successful YouTuber-y kind of people, Beast, as in big animal beast, yeah, with a T. He's an artisty kind of guy, but he stopped doing art a really long time ago, and pretty much most of his videos are things like, I'm going to give away 10 Ferraris. And you kind of go, really? And he does give away 10 Ferraris because he makes so much frigging money. Well, Mr. Beast doesn't do rude things. He doesn't do illegal things. But what he does do is... You're not alone there. Now, there's a few along the same lines. Well, the problem I find is that I can't remember if it wasn't Mr. Beast, but it was kind of like Mr. Beast number 2, as in the second most guy popular of doing something similar. I can't remember his name because, well, I don't really watch it. But I did watch a few of the videos, and the guy can draw, right? The guy who was doing this video could draw, but most of the time he didn't. Most of the videos were things like, I'm going to give away 100 iPads. Great. But 90% of the time, well, his girlfriend got one, and his best mate got one, and his other mate got one, and his other mate got this, and, you know, I bought loads of Louis Vuitton stuff. I'm going to decorate it, and then give it away. Great. Yeah, to his girlfriend, to his friends. But people were sponsoring him and giving him this stuff to give away, or... Hello, Flucivi. I apologise today. I really should do a banner. Today is not really a good visibility day. You can just about make it out, but I stupidly did white thread on a white background because I'm playing with new bobbins. And I'm playing with new bobbins because I can. So I'm gonna put these down. Hang on. And see where I'm at, because... Well, it's bigger than normal, mainly because you're 6 inches away from it. Seriously, you are 6 inches away from it. But I have new bobbins, and these are hooded bobbins. And as you can see, the hood comes off, and the bobbin, and it protects the thread from your gravity hands. And, well, they're just cool, really. And I've always wanted some, so I got some. And now I'm playing with them, because I can. So, I'm going to take you out this way. But what it sadly means is you can't see what my hands are doing. Now, this is because, well, there really isn't anywhere to put the camera that I can give you better view. And I explained this before about my bolster pillow, but when I did do a little bit on my big bolster pillow, it was a lot lower down. Now, this is a great working height for me, because this is kind of almost, well, it's not eye level, it's more of just under chin level, but, and the bobbin's there for a kind of comfortable height, so this is a great height for me. And I could raise the camera, but the bobbins are kind of over the horizon, so you still can't really see. And again, I picked white thread on a white background because I'm a numpty, because when I decided to start playing with them, because they arrived today, I didn't consider how this was going to work. I really didn't think about that at all. So I just kind of picked them up, put some spots on my squared paper, and went for it. And then thought, oh, I ought to do a stream. And oh shit, haven't really thought about this at all. So here I am. Now I'm not doing the usual torsion ground, in that I am doing a variant that is that between the pins. So the actual torsion ground stitch itself is still cross twist, but I'm doing an extra twist because, well, there's frankly just that much extra room. So, okie doke, take care. Oop, dropped pen. So yes, I do distinctly greatly apologise for the fact that you can't really see what I'm doing today because it's white on white. And this is my fault, and I'm not going to pretend that it's not my fault, for it is most certainly my fault. So let's work our way out. So yes, I do apologise for the fact that you can't overly see what's going on. Because it would be interesting, I think, for you to be able to see my hands, but I can't really do that. I haven't really got anywhere I can put the camera so that you may see, which is a little sad, really. But at least with this, the threads are big enough that you can arguably see, for once, what is going on. And it's the one time stupid nuts here picked the wrong colour. So, should have picked a better colour. Should have gone with the purple, but I'm not really a purple dude. So. Let's grab you two and you two. Fill in this hole here. You need to go out through here. Grab a pin. Go in the hole. Come back in. Dog twitching by my leg, which is really off-putting. And again, I swear I spend the whole of my life shortening bobbins. And I don't see why these are slipping, because gravity really should be blocking some of that. So I need you and you. And you two. actually, oh no, you're alright. It's just that you look a bit sorry for yourself because you've fallen down a little bit. There you go. Right. So this was not going to be the longest piece of lace in living history, but sitting at a different angle is definitely making my back hurt. If I'd picked another colour, you would have been able to see so much better what was going on, and I think you'd have enjoyed it. Notes to self for next time that I decide to do dumb stuff. Pick better background colour. I use the brown card so you can see, or I'll just pick up a pen, woman, and for those who don't know, I mentioned it earlier on stream, I actually almost think I almost need to go to the doctor for my ability not to pick things up and hang on to things is almost unparalleled. I am really struggling with it, and there's no apparent reason for it other than I'm just struggling with it. My brain cells, the times I pick things up and just drop them, and it can be anything. My phone, a ball of yarn, I pick it up and it's almost like, for those of you who don't know, birds have to think to relax their feet. Their feet by default squish up like this, right? And yeah, that's as much as I can really show you because, well, the distance between the camera and the top of my pins is literally this much, right? And it's almost like my brain's kind of got the anti that, in that unless I'm concentrating on it, my hands just let go of whatever they're holding. And so I pick it up and think, right, I need to put that, and then I've dropped it already. And it's almost like there's something wrong with me. Which is slightly frustrating. Now, I'm going to pile these bobbins around here to get them out of the way for the moment. And we'll sort them out later. And let's do some of you. So, you are next. And we'll work you down. So, you are a lot shorter than the others. Why are you like an inch shorter than everybody else? That's better. And then we need you as well. Like this. Grab the pairs. See, only on a bolster pillow, and I've noticed that the camera's now not straight. How did that happen? Anyway, see, no, I need the pillow there. Yeah, live with it. It is really weird for me because on a bolster pillow, like I said earlier, you chuck bobbins over the back or over a pen, and yet it doesn't tangle, they don't seem to get out of order. But when you try and keep them in order on a flat surface, it doesn't work out. And yet there's no logic. You really would think that the ones that you have on a when you've got this and you let them free fall and dangle, and this is not the pair I want this pair. But again, I can easily see that these are the ones that I want, and I can pick them up and use them and then put them over the thing, and but when it comes to a flat one, it doesn't work. And it's kind of like, well, how do they stay so much better in order on a bolster pillow when they really look like they should tangle 6 times more? Now, I did mention earlier that with bolster pillows you tend to use an underhanded hold on the bobbins, and that doing the stitches in an underhanded manner is significantly different, and it is, because, well, it is. But for some reason, it's a bit like playing the violin and playing a cello. You've got 4 strings, you use your fingers in exactly the same way on both. But one, you hold your arm in a much more natural position. Cellos, by the way. So that you, a bit like holding a cup, you hold the cup and then you wiggle your first, second and third and fourth fingers. Not your thumb, obviously. And make notes. With a violin, you already have your hand twisted almost as much as your hand wants to twist. And this was a problem I had with my violin teacher, was that she would get really, really angry because I couldn't twist my hand round anymore. And so as a result, oh, this is a terrible position. Yeah, well, that's as far as my hand goes. Well, you now need to do vibrato. Woman, it barely reaches round where it is, and you're now telling me I've got to waggle it? Give over. So I was, while I can play the violin fairly well, not as well as I potentially could have done if my hand would have twisted a bit further. Let me shorten this bobbin because you are a bit long. And I don't see why, how, but you do. You've come undone a bit. We need to go out through you. Put you down. You're a bit long actually. There you go. And out through you. Put a pin in. Back through you, put you over there, back through you, put you over there, twisty, twisty, back, you're not the other one of these, you are twisty. I don't know what it's made of, but it's got bits that are really hard to put pins through. You are far too long. Come on. Okay, shorten you a bit. But one of the keyest part of lace making is your bobbins do need to be similar in length. It doesn't have to be like, you know, military strike, but when one of them dives bombs and it suddenly becomes like 2 inches longer like this one just did, for no obvious reason other than it could, it really doesn't help. So that's you sorted, and you've been twisted twice. You can go out the way, and then we pick you two up. You. you. Also, I do wish you could see a bit more of the playing field, but I really haven't got the ability to give you a little bit more view of what my hands are doing. Because as I say, I really think you'd be interested in how the underhand bobbin thing works, and obviously see my bobbins, because, well, you're not really seeing much of my new shiny bobbins. So yes, I do apologise for not being able to share my new shiny bobbins quite as much as I'd like, but I'm enjoying them. I just can't really share with you the enjoying of them, because I haven't really got the ability to demonstrate them on camera. Because they really are designed for bolster pillows. And because this is a small bolster pillow, the horizon is quite short. Whereas at least if I had, if I was doing it on my big one, which again, hindsight, you know, you'd be able to see more of this, because, well, it takes a lot more for the bobbins to go around the horizon, right? And due to the size of that cushion, it means that I don't normally end up with the bobbins quite so far down, whereas with this, they are, for want of a better word, beyond the horizon. I.e. they're over the 90-degree difference from the top, and you're looking at the top, and I don't want you there, I want you there. That's better. Got carried away. Dropped it again. Fuck's sake, woman, stop dropping shit. And it's not because these are hard to hold, it's because, you know, there I am, perfectly holding them, very securely, with no chance of dropping them, and then I just seem to let go for no apparent reason. And, you know, it's almost the ADHD idea of, I forgot I was holding it, so I let go. You know, it's... My brain stopped thinking about that bit. Despite being able to feel them in my hand, my brain decided it didn't have anything, so I let go. And it's like, but you did. You can feel it. It's in your hand. Because I can consciously feel it slip, but by the time it's slipping, it's too late. It's a bit like I have no sense of balance. I literally have 0 sense of balance. And I can't feel myself falling over until I've already gone past the point of no return. At which point I'm taking a dive for the floor or having to take a big step with my other foot. So I can't balance on one foot at all. But never mind. So let's put you up there. And you up there. Let's take you back. And you back. And you back, and I might actually have tangled them a bit now, because one of you is not where I thought it was. I need this one, which is you. Around that one, that's why. There we go. Right. So let's do you in the middle. You see, that was so much easier to untangle than when it's normal bobbins, because they're that much fatter. The bobbins are fatter, but the threads are fatter too. So I've got a better chance of seeing them. Scoot this round a little bit. Got an itch. Oh, right. We need to do a bit more edge. So let us take you and you and you, for you are all of this side set of bobbins, and you are the wrong side of that pin. Okay. Right, you're all, these are all this side pair of bobbins. So let's put you there for a minute. Every pin I'm picking up is upside down. It's not making my life easier. One of these bobbins is far too long. Put you over there and shorten you. It's still long, and it's still too long, even though I could have sworn I shortened you. So let's shorten you a bit more then. That's a bit better. Now this looks a little bit wonky for some reason. I don't think it is particularly bad. I think it's just the way it looks. Drops it again. I don't drop them when I shuffle them, which is the weird bit. I drop them when I've stopped, which is the least most obvious time to be dropping bobbins, if you know what I mean. You would have thought if you were shuffling them around, that's the time to drop them, because they're in movement. No, I drop them when they stopped. And my left hand just kind of goes, bored now, drop. Foot's going to sleep. Foot's going to sleep. That's okay. The sun's kind of gone here. So I envy that you still have a bit of sunshine. I mean, it's not that there's clouds, it's just that it's kind of... No, okay, I'll do you a picture and you'll understand what I mean about why I get no sunshine at this, you know, even for most of the afternoon, to be honest. Fucking neighbour and her trees. The sun is behind her mini woodland. Well, it is the big tree, but then there's the smaller trees, and so... Between all of the trees, no sunshine makes it to me at this time of day, even on a beautiful afternoon. So it is slightly annoying. Well, yeah. day she dies, they're fucking welcome to this huge thing. I mean, you've seen how big the big tree is. It's ridiculous. I'm actually surprised they were allowed to build my house here due to the distance between me and the size of the tree. Because there are rulings about if a tree is so close to your property and over a certain height, you do have rights to ask for it to be to be reduced and all the rest of it. But she's a funny lady. There's nothing wrong with her, but she is a funny lady. She's like 963 billion years old. No, I kid you not. She is truly a lady of many years. And I don't think I fit into her idea of what women should be like. So it's not that she hates me. I just don't think she kind of understands. You know? That I'm perfectly normal, I'm just different, you know? I know that makes no sense, but you know what I mean. Oh. That's right, my brain's gone off on an idea. Hang on a sec. Gotta let my brain kind of... I had I posted a message on an application I use because they introduced a trial thing that you could do with it, and I tried the trial thing, and I signed up for the trial. Well, I clicked, yes, I want to do the trial, and it gave me like a temporary license code. But the moment I put it in, it said that's not valid, and then made me sign up for a license code. And so I ended up with a couple of license codes, but at no point did I ever manage to make it work. So I put this as a comment on, the feedback forum thing. And that was about a year or so ago, maybe even longer. I got a mail last week that my comment was removed due to, it was irrelevant, rude, kind of the usual. We remove comments because they're rude, irrelevant, spam, and of course, well, it had been relevant, it wasn't rude, But the only recourse was you could either take them to court or write to their legal department. What, over a moderation question? Seems a bit harsh. It's a bit like going to HR moaning because you don't like the colour of the toilet roll. It seems a bit much, it's a bit far-fetched to be going that high up the tree just to question, can't we buy slightly less offensive toilet paper or something, right? And, they've taken about a week or so, but they finally wrote back and because the way it was worded was that we have removed, because it was kind of like, we have removed your rights and your abilities and your... what, the whole app just over one moderation thing that's been up for like a year and you didn't care, and then suddenly you're all pissed? I mean, seems a bit far-fetched, but apparently no, it is just that post. And so I've kind of fed back to them that, maybe the wording needs to be a little bit clearer because, as is pointed out, the only recourse is to write to your legal team, which seems a little bit much. Well, if it seems a little bit hard to be, having to write to legal over. But hang on, that post was relevant. What was, what exactly is the problem with it? And as I say, it turns out it is basically they've hidden that comment. That is all it actually really is about. And you're like, why didn't you just say that? And the lady who replied had actually said, we are in the process of reviewing it, and your feedback does really show that, it is a required thing that we get on with because, it is slightly misleading. Because it is a product I've paid for, by the way. And if you're gonna suddenly deny people access or whatever, or at least that's how it reads, then you kind of need to be explaining why a little bit more than that, because they pay good money for it, and if it's just because you disagree with a feedback post they've posted, well, you've also got to be careful, because of course if you only ever post the ones that you agree with, well, that's kind of a little bit misleading in its own right, and you open yourself to legal recourse if you are seen to be removing any posts that you disagree with. Now, it's not that people don't do that, for many companies do that, but that does make it a right action, if you know what I mean. Let me fix this bobbin, because this one's got a bit longer. I really don't understand how bobbins... Well, I mean, I get with the ones on a flat pillow how they manage it, but it's sometimes I find it surprising how much they can do it. How much they can suddenly decide that I'm a longer one. I don't want longer ones. I want you all roughly the same size, Because again, there's another longer one here. Let me sort this one out. Now at the start, they get longer because another one's got shorter and you haven't noticed, right? Because that's definitely part of the problem. But when you're down this far, they're kind of honed in, so it shouldn't be. I.e., you can't just pull on one and have it slip. So it's not really how it's supposed to work. I feel really dry today. My mouth is constantly dry, my skin's really dry, but I'm drinking like a fish. It's getting a bit annoying, actually. So you're too long. Let's put you down. Make you shorter. You two are incredibly long, and that isn't right somehow. That isn't right. So Something's not right here. Shut up! Thinking! Do not need dog in it. Do not need dog barkings. It doesn't help because two of them are really long. So let me make these two really long ones much shorter because they're really putting things off because they are literally right at the bottom level of where all the other bobbins sit, and so when you're trying to work with them it just makes them really irritating. And this one seems to be wound the other way around, which is weird because I definitely wound them all the same way. You're still too long. You're better. So you let's put you out the way a sec. You and you. Right. Let's try this again. It's better. It's making my arms ache though. And one of them is suddenly really long again. How? How are you suddenly really long again? Stop it. Okay. Oh, gotta lean back a bit. My poor back. Oh. Another long one. I swear it feels but like if you've ever watched, you know, the hair disaster videos where women are cutting their hair and they start off by, you know, trimming an inch, but it's not the same on each side. So they trim another inch and it's not the same each side. So they trim another inch. It's kind of got that feel to it, is that I'm constantly making bobbins shorter, but they're not getting shorter on the pillow. They're staying at the same point on the pillow. So it's not this never-ending, you know, I started off with them 2 foot away and now they're like 3 inches. They're slipping slowly, but some less slowly than others is obviously the right phrase for it. And as a result of slipping less slowly, now, actually, I need to tie you off. I'm going to tie you off here. So I do need to make you longer. And now I want you to be longer. You don't want to be longer. Why not? Why have you got something against being longer? There you go. Right, so I'm going to tie you off. Because I can. 2 ends and tie you off this. That, and tuck you out the way, and then we bring you back. This. You. See, that isn't right. Let's put you back there. You have not done the full journey, because how the fuck? How in the name of Moses have I managed this? I think I probably had got it right, but now my brain said that it's wrong. My brain, of course, has now farted, and 2 of my bobbins are really long, which makes my brain fart, which makes it really hard to work out what's going on because they're not the same length. And I need the inside pair, not the outside pair, which is a bit harder to tell now, which I think is you two. So let's cross you two, put you down, need to make this 4th one, give me the bit of string and make it a lot shorter, please. Then, I think it's just because I'm holding them in front, it makes them look less accurate. But this then goes here like this, like that. You go down, and I need to make you longer, like that. Choppy-voo, chop, chop. Put you down over there. Grab the 2 ends. Again, this is not going to be the most beautiful thing of beauty, but you know, that's okay. We can handle. So we drop through you, then drop through you, put the pin in, and we have now got to the edge of the spider on this side, as marked by my big spot. So make you longer. They definitely do the making longer thing so much easier. So I think that is part of the reason that they become playful, for want of a word, like that. And then not put that out of the way. Oh, for goodness sake, Amy! Enough! I don't care if there's an invading army the other side of the fence, which there's not. Just give it a break, woman. Now we need to move this pin down. This is half the reason. So this goes there, that goes there, that goes there, that goes there, a bit short, but there we go, it goes there. Now we need to do this side. So, it's not you two yet. I need you and... is it you? I will smack one of you in a minute. Okay, that's the pair there. You've lost a twist, so that's you. While I'm thinking, I am not a patient person, and for any as well clearly, and while I am reasonably intelligent, I am not, Stephen Hawking. I am above average, but not, Stephen Hawking. And there is nothing more distracting than your brain's kind of formulating something and the picture's just about forming, and then the dog leaps, jogs you, pushes you, knocks everything. And I'm sorry, what was I thinking about now? It just drives me up the wall. And is it their fault? Yes. Because, you know, Farmer Giles works the fields behind us, and he does this reasonably frequently, and they know that he's allowed to, for they are his fields after all. They they twitch when someone is in the next road over and you can't even see them, and well, that's highly irritating. And frankly, they twitch at everything. Now, some of it is because there aren't enough sounds around to distract them. So every little sound is bigger. It's there's this. Oh, but it could be interesting. No. No, it's not really. But from a dog point of view, as I said, we are, because I've got fields behind me, and all that there is a, that there are, it is quite quiet. For, if Farmer Giles isn't out in his fields, then it is very quiet here, and you get lots of bird song and lots of little animals, and I love it. What I don't love is the twitchy assed frigging dog. And when I'm thinking, I especially don't need Mrs. Twitchy Butt here, who Rory is quite good in the sense that he hears things, and if it's really outside, so it's right outside the house, he will go and look at it out the window and he will watch it. He rarely makes a lot of noise about it. Whereas Whiny Britches here, the reason she is nicknamed Amy Winehouse is because, well, she whines a lot. Don't you? And little Whiny Britches, it's the same as they did loads of studies, and they found that, for example, babies' cries are genetically at a level, or we genetically find highly abrasive, so that we will go and deal with them. Whiny Britches here is at that pitch, so I can't ignore her doing her whining. But I don't care. You can whine. If you're whining, if you were just barking, I'd actually I'd be a lot easier with it. But you don't. You whine. Yes. And the fact that she is kind of skitty, so she'll just about get settled, she'll lie down, everyone will be in a spot, I'm able to look at doing something or think about something, and then she will leap like someone's shot her in the butt. And to the point, in case this doesn't sound irritating enough, one time we were watching telly, and I was scooched up on the couch, as was she, as was he. Now, he generally lies behind my head, she generally lies kind of nearer my knees, right? And so if I lie down, she's at the head end, he's at the head end, she's at the foot end. But I was kind of propped up, leaning on the edge of the couch, so he was kind of behind my back, she was behind my knees. So I'm sitting up. She succeeded in using my face as a springboard, to the point, in launching herself off my face, she dug her claws in my cheek, drawing quite a reasonable amount of blood. I mean, it didn't go through, but there was a reasonable amount of blood. So it is not really me overreacting here, because, well, there are scratches and blood and to show for some of these. And was there anything there? No. Some of it is in her little furry brain cells. Yes, it is. She is the classic blue smarty kid. She really is. And, to describe her normal behaviour, she decides she would like a hug. So she comes up towards you, kind of like, hey, can I have a hug? Yes, of course you can. Before she's even completed getting on your lap, which does not take very long, she's already thought of something else she wants to do. So by the time her feet land on your lap, she's getting off again. But then she remembers she wanted the hug, so she turns round. Can I have a hug? Oh, yes, you can. Pretty much. Now, she's not stupid. This is the other impressive dog trait. They can be as thick as a pile of dung, right? Yes, you can. Don't look at me like that. But also intelligent. Not long after I got them, because Rory does generally not make any noise because she does it all. I'd never heard him make a noise. And I managed to lock him in a room. It was dark, you know how it is. It was dark, I shut the door, didn't realise he was still in the room. Wandered off, did things, sat down for a little bit. And she was being, well, more annoying than usual, which is quite hard going. But she was being annoying. She was trying to tell me I'd locked Rory in the room. He was, of course, sitting there, patiently waiting, making zero noise. And I mean, I opened the door and there he was. Oh, you found me. I thought you might have left me forever. But he sat there, whereas little Miss Twitchy Britches, so she did know to get me to help, right? So she's not entirely stupid. Thoughts can happen in there. Just not many. No. What, you allocated one a month? Is it one a month? Yes, I think one a month. Now don't try and bite me as I give you a kiss that you asked for, little one. Because as... Yeah, I think it's a bit like the kind of like I was saying about how I'm just getting really, I'm thinking about something that is new or is different or how can I, and forming a plan. And just as like I've got 28 bits of string in my head and I'm just about to kind of bring them all together and go, ta-da! She'll do something and then I've dropped them all and they've all gone now, right? I think she suffers from kind of that a lot, but she chucks her own string away. I think she is... I don't think she's entirely smooth-brained, but she's certainly... I think she's easily distracted in her head, which then means she's easily distracting. Yeah, there are thoughts bouncing around in there, but none of them actually really turn into anything until that perfect corner hit. And then that's it for another, month before it does it again. Yes. Now, I do understand why she opens her mouth sometimes because when she wants a smooch, she doesn't just it's not like, oh, I'll give her a smooch, right? She literally rams her nose on your face. Quite forcefully, I need to point out. But because when you do, you open your mouth afterwards, she thinks that she needs to open her mouth. So basically she tries to bite you. Don't you? Yes. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. But she has discovered that if she sits still and has huggies, she kind of likes them. Yes, you do. Yes. But this is quite new for you. Sitting still and long enough to actually have a scritch and a cuddle. Which you do like. Don't you? Yes. So I try to make sure that if she's sitting still and asking for a cuddle, that she does get one. Because, well, they're kind of uncommon. They're getting more frequent. Which is nice, because I was always worried that because her brother is quite stoic, that he is easy to show affection to, because he'll come and he'll kind of put a paw gently on you, and you'll kind of look at him and he'll kind of come for a hug, and he'll stay there for quite a while, and you almost have to turf him off because you're bored now, right? That she was maybe feeling a little bit put out that she wasn't getting the attention. Well, I'll give it to you if you were here long enough for me to do so. I am not running around Benny Hill style trying to catch you, right? She does have things that are definitely her things. So Rory does not play ball. Rory does not chase toys in the slightest. He could not be less interested in chasing toys. Whereas she loves a good game of ball. So the game of ball is truly her thing. And in lovely weather like we've had, we do spend some time in the garden playing chase the ball. And yes, oh, what a yawn. Well, go to sleep then. If you're yawny yawn, you can go to sleep. I mean, it's not like you didn't sleep for like 12 hours today and last night. I mean, it's so tiring being a dog. But, so she's got things that are definitely her activities and that is really between me and her. Rory occasionally runs after her when she's chasing the ball, but he kind of stops and looks at her going, well, so why are we here? And she goes, well, I've got the ball, and runs back, and he kind of follows her back and kind of goes, so why are we back here? Well, no, I give it to Mum and she'll throw it for me again. Really? And then he kind of runs less the next time, and then kind of as she goes past, he'll follow her back a bit, and then it gets gradually less until he'll wander off and do his own thing, going, this is a fucking stupid game, and kind of moment. And I find it kind of amusing because there is really that kind of level of personable thought that it's quite visible, just because you can kind of see him going, so where are we running to? Where are we off to? Thinking that she was going to go and do something interesting. And then when she just goes and picks up the ball, he goes, is this it? It really is I thought we were going to do something interesting. Oh, but I love this. Really? Why? Yeah. You can see it on his face. And earlier today, poor Rory. Rory was asleep on the couch next to me while I was working. And I don't want to be doing this, do I? No, not really. He was next to me, and these bobbins arrived in a shoebox. Okay? Webs, right? And the lid of the shoebox was off. And I put it on the cushion so that I could access the contents of the shoebox. And that was fine. I was doing that. Rory was asleep. Now, we've all had the occasion when you have been so asleep. I mean, like, dangerously, so hard asleep that, World War III and Armageddon could hit and you might have just about turned over, right? You wouldn't have woken up. You'd have just kind of rolled over slightly in your sleep and gone, can you keep the noise down, maybe, right? And I'd never seen this quite so visibly in my life as I saw on Rory this afternoon. And how can I not be tying a knot in 2 bits of string? Go through the hole, thank you. The box slid off the pillow that it was resting on and touched Rory while he was asleep. Rory woke up, and I honestly can say the look on his face was, I don't know which life I'm in, i.e., you know how like when you've been dreaming and maybe, you were dreaming something really weird. It's almost like, I don't know what life I'm in. I don't know what year this is. I don't know who I am. I don't know where I am. I don't know what I was doing. I don't know what century I'm in. I don't know. I literally do not understand, which life reincarnation this currently is, right? It really was. Oh, that wasn't the one I wanted to do. Oh, shit. I tied off one too early. I can live with that. We can. I timed off one too early. Pants. Let's undo that and undo that. So I do need to come back through you. Let me, because I left quite long tails, I'm going to ignore the fact that I put a knot on it. I really need to attach these to something. Hang on. Let me... Oh, arse! See, the only thing that's bad about these bobbins is you pick up the bobbin, and when there's no string on the other end, well, because you naturally pick up the little hoodie bit, you pick up the hoodie bit and it goes whee and falls on the floor, which is what it just did. So, but what I will do is I will tie a knot, boo. Oh, fuck off! So I was holding on to it and it did it again. You know, that's how much it does it. Because there's nothing holding it on. I want to do a knot and poke that back through the hole and tie this knot round here so that it is a thing, and then do the same with the other one. Like that. Poke the top through, put it in the right length, that'll do. Right, so I do actually want to go back through these bobbins here. Just got to be a little more delicate with it now, like that, because you've got long tails. So you go over there, and then you go over there, which is going to be awkward because this is going to be one of my spider pair. Eeh. That's a bit annoying. It should be long enough. It's going to be close, but it should be long enough. So, just dropping the bobbins again. For these, need to go and mate with this one and this one that's being a shit. Come out from under there. There you go. And then we need to do you. Yes. And you go in there. And the tails are proving awkward because, well, they're just being awkward. And then we want you and you. You go to that. Now we take you and go back through you and then back through you, put you on the edge. It's you we tie off, not the ones we picked last time. Annoying, but okay. You know, mistakes are made. It's only a test, it's not the end of the world. I have never forgotten watching, I won't say he's a friend, but someone I've followed for a long time and we've had a number of discussions. So someone I would say I vaguely know. And he's a weaver. And he spent ages weaving this beautiful thing on his loom. And he was, you know, he was doing a video about it, and he showed it, and with a weaving loom, unlike, for example, on a lace pillow where you work totally flat, while you work flat on a weaving loom, the rest of the fabric then kind of makes a Z shape underneath. Chop, chop, chop he goes to chop through the strings that would be above his work. He chopped straight through his work. A good chunk of it. It wasn't like a couple at the edge. No, he chopped like 8-10 inches through what he had done. And the moment I saw it, my heart really felt for him. Because, well, kind of, you can't really undo that. You really can't. It's not an undo kind of situation. And I felt so sorry for him. Because, you know, it would be a bit like me trimming. I mean, I know I've just trimmed some bobbins and I trimmed them too soon and all the rest of it. But at the same time, you know, what I'm doing here, it doesn't really matter. For I am doing a test piece and, you know, probably should have done slightly differently, but, you know, whatevs. It's not really a big deal. Well, this was, of course, was something he'd spent months working on. This was his final piece. You know, this was his bit of work that he was doing. And you can't help but not feel sorry for him, really. And I've just put that pin the wrong side. That pin needs to go there. Now, obviously, this pin, it doesn't seem to be holding them, but then neither of those, so that's okay. And in fact, what I will do then is to hold it in place, I will put that there and chop this off. And I will find the two ends. There they are. One around each side. Yep. Two. For if I tie them to the pins, they help it stay in the right place. Now, I did mention this at the beginning of the thing, but most of you weren't here. Yesterday's test strips. If you've seen Discord, you will know that I have had luck and not luck with the test strips. It was looking promising. It really was looking very promising. And I was kind of, yay! And then I noticed something, which was that the what is wrong with you lot today? Why are you all throwing weird stuff at me? My brain's not coping with it. I made some test strips. Where are they? There they are. And again, white on white bites me. So here was test number 1. Well, sorry, that's actually technically in strip number 2. And then here is number 1. They are tiny little things of nothing. And in fact, if I scoot over a bit, you can have a look on the blue bit. So here, I said scoot over. This is test number 2, and this is test strip variety number 1. So these were a different test from the other 2 tests that I did. So for Bit Gamey, who kind of doesn't make it here too often because they have plenty of their lives to live, this is test number 1. So I made 2 wide strips, and I can't really do a lot more because I've got a pillow, and believe me, this thing weighs like 3 stones, so I can't exactly move it either. But I made 2 strips, and then I tried to join them together. Now I want the join to be invisible, and this is acceptably visible. Yeah, it's made out of really compressed straw or wood chippings. It's made of stuff. To the point it's annoying my table because my table doesn't like to support it. But this is done, as the knitters would say, in pattern. Now it shows because it's bold, because each of these lines here is 2 bobbins, just like the big version over here. These are 2 bobbins travelling along. So along here, because I overlaid them and then kind of sewed round it, there's 4 or 5 bits of thread. Well, so hence it looks fat, because it is fat. So the point of the 2 other strips was that they will have, or they do have, only a single thread at the edge, not the 2 threads. Now this had to be done by changing the lace type and doing stuff, and they are as fragile as fuck, frankly. And this is part of the problem. Because they are fragile, but the way to achieve a single thread down the side was to have a single thread. Now that's okay, you put 1 bobbin on, you hang it off a pin, and you work your way down. When you're sewing it, there's nothing holding that thread in, as I found out, and it pulled it apart to an extent, down one side. So I have now glued the other side to give it a bit of strength, because obviously in terms of real events, as we discussed, one would be held in bias tape, so it would be sewed down, so that can be a thing. The other end, we can stick in bias tape too, really, making a bottom for it. So that, that's really not a problem. It's the bit in the middle. Now, the problem is joining them. Even the one that I have joined, obviously I joined about 15 centimetres of life together. It was like trying to sew 2 bits of smoke together. Well, sewing those 2 little 1-inch squares is worse than sewing smoke together. I lost many sanity points trying, and I've clearly not yet succeeded. But this is part of the reason we are playing with my bobbins, is because I need to regain some sanity points by doing something that I can do, and something that I can enjoy. So you're the wrong side. How are you? Are you ones I'm sewing off? Yes, you are. So you want to go around there. So yes, we are in the process of playing around with some new bobbins I got, because I have a bit of a kleptomania issue. With notebooks and bobbins, as it turns out, and books on crafting, and frankly all sorts of stuff. I am a bit of a kleptomaniac about some things, notebooks especially though. I don't know what it is about notebooks, for as I mentioned earlier, I have appalling handwriting and I rarely write things down as a result, but I have this huge pens, a decent fountain pen, and notebooks. I have like an obsession. I need them all. It's like Pokemon. Gotta catch them all, right? Why? I don't use them. I don't need them. But I do have a kind of Pokemon effect with them. And so I have many. Far too many, frankly. But I bought these bobbins, and so for BitGamey, these are my bobbins. They're called they're German hooded bobbins, and the hood comes off. And what it means is that you don't constantly touch the thread. It keeps it safe. They're just a different style of bobbin. Now, I unfortunately miscalculated my dots. Wasn't paying attention, and well, yeah, and they're interesting. They're something else, right? And because you fondle your bobbins, for want of a better word, a lot when making lace, how they feel in your hand really does matter. And how they act really does matter. Now, as we all know, Liz does not like spangled bobbins. Liz, in fact, really hates spangled bobbins. But these bobbins are purely... but these bobbins are really only for use on a bolster pillow, which is what this is. It's a big round pillow. Hence, I can't really show you any more than I can. I mean, I could have raised the camera up, but you wouldn't have seen any more, and then you'd have seen even less. And because I was only playing, I got some square paper and some thick thread, and hence this was born, and hence you can't really see it. If I'd done a bit of forethought, i.e. any forethought, I would have used different coloured paper or different coloured thread. I mean, I had to get up to go and get the white thread when I've already got purple on my desk. But you don't normally make lace making with purple. Traditionally, of course, it's white, so I went to find white, so that's what I used. Stupidity is the name of the game, because I have just managed to cut the wrong pair of bobbins. And so now I've got two where I've had to tie knots round. These two, look, I've got tied knots round, which will make doing the next bit of this really friggin' awkward. But we will proceed, because that's a thing. And I can't show you what I'm doing with my hands, which is a shame, because normally when you see me play with bobbins, you'll see me use the overhand technique. Now, the overhand technique, as it suggests, is your hands are over the top. And I'm trying to extract this tail that is coming off this bobbin, and it's not... There it is. That's better. I need you out the way for the moment. Thank you. Now I need you... Actually, you know what I need to do? I need to rotate you around a bit. That's better. But because I cut them early, they've got these long tails, which is proving to be slightly irritating. But what I'd love to show you is the fact the underhand technique, which is where you have the bobbin, your hands under the bobbins, obviously, hence it's called the underhand technique. It's the underhand technique. And, well, it kind of feels really different. So it can be really off-putting to a lace maker to swap between the two. Now, I equated it to very similarly playing the violin and playing the cello, in that both technically work the same way, just obviously you can't stick a cello under your chin. Therefore, your hand is no longer... let's put those down there for a second, because I need to put a pin in the middle here. That. Give these a little bit of a tug, and then you need to go backwards. So these tails are getting on my nerves, but they're not here for much longer. It's fine. But I think it would be nice for you if you could see it. But the problem is that I have no idea. You're thinking of chinchillas. No, a cello. Musical instrument. Seriously, I know, Bit Gamey, I love you to pieces. You know I do. But I haven't got the brain cell capacity today for what appears to be random shit. My head is not in a place where that works. I can't cope with random thought. It's not working. My brain is at maximum capacity doing simple shit. Please do not add complications by adding funnies and random comments, because my brain is just not there today. It really isn't, and I don't know why. I understand. And you know I love you to pieces, but at the same time, you know, we all have days where it's just like, what are you on about? No. Whatever it is, just shut up. No. You know? Especially with, it's usually something more with children. It's the, not today, you know. Nah. Where are the other bobbins? Oh, hang on. Oh, arseholes. It's you. Oh no, that's alright. You're alright, you're alright, it's alright, alright, it's right, alright. That panic not, Mr. Mannering. I'm just running out of places to put bobbins, that's what it is. Right. Oh. And for some other reason, Bit Gamey, I am really dry today. I'm like the Sahara Desert. I am constantly thirsty. My skin is dry. My mouth is dry. Everything is dry. And no matter what I do, it's still dry. And it's kind of, I think that's part of the reason my brain's not kind of fully at it. If I drink any more, I'm going to have to sit on the toilet for the rest of the day. Because I have made more trips today than you want to know. I really have. I have spent half the day on the loo. Because, well, we've all had days where, I mean, you know, we're all adults. We've all had days where it feels like it. It feels like I might as well just stay in here for the rest of the day. Because pretty much, but you get up from wherever you're sitting, you go to the loo, you come back, and barely your arse cheek touches the chair that you were sitting on, and you need to go back for something else. Maybe more of the same. Doesn't really matter. But you seem to be you've kind of worn a groove in the carpet in one day by your trips to the toilet. And it is just a little bit much, you know? Just gonna kind of... Right, let's go through, pull you down, make sure you're all in the right order because you don't need to be, that's better. And then we do... Take care, Bit Gamey. Right. So now we put in a pin. Like that. And now we can slide these bobbins off because these were the ones I cut off by mistake earlier. And tie the knot in it. This. Put that around there just for making the knot round something's sake of the argument, because then you've got something to do the knot against, which is always a bonus. Go through like that. And once again, you are not in the right order. I can see that. You go over there then. You. You, because you're long, you are very, 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 very short. And we stick in a pin. Split you around the pin like that. Oops, you pinned back a bit hard there. And again, this is not expecting to be a thing of beauty. I've just been playing with the bobbins. And I do like how they feel. Work beautifully on this kind of pillow. So this is a good thing. I may have to buy more of these. I may have to get more, but I do wonder, you see, like I said, I have, and I am kind of finishing off because I wasn't. Oh, fuck off! Round things, flat surface. Where the hell did you go? There's bits of you. Ouch. There's the other bit of you. There we go. So I was only going to make a small piece by default. This was not planned to be, you know, any bigger than the drawing that I'd made. I mean, I could have kept going, but I kind of don't want to. Kind of, you know, why? So let's put you around there and you up there. And start pulling you down because, well, you're next kind of thing. 3, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Yeah, go for it. You may be making assumptions that I actually quote design anything, yeah. Well, diamonds actually would be preferable, but you don't buy diamond paper, you buy square paper. Hence, if you look, I'm making diamonds. I am making diamonds. I would love diamond paper, but square paper is much easier to get hold of. So no, paper is just paper. And it's easy. The other problem, remember I said yesterday the strips were done in a Bucks Point style or a Chantilly style, whichever way you like to think of them, right? Well, that requires a 60-degree grid. Well, of course I can print it, but then I've got to think in advance. I can buy this shit for like 3p off Amazon, right? This was a low budget, out of the air because I didn't expect my bobbins to arrive today, doodling while working kind of deal, right? It was not really a plan. It was a, what have I got? Oh, I've got some squared paper because I wanted the grid to be bigger, and this is bigger, so this will do, you know? It was it wasn't really a plan, if you know what I mean. Oh, fuck off! I am finding a downside of these bobbins. And I can't, I'll demonstrate it to you once I move the cushion out the way at the end. Right? Which I will do, so. Where are the two that I was trying to try a knot with? I clearly am struggling for brain cells today, and I think it's just because everything is screaming. I assume I'm dehydrated, even though I have been taking on plenty of liquids all day. For some reason, clearly my brain is working. Well, you know, it's down a few cores, shall we say, and as a result, I am struggling with tolerances. Which, as we all know, when I'm trying really hard to do something, I'm designated. You know, a number of the processes are in full hack with trying to achieve said target, and having extra things to do is not really in their remit. I do not have the spare capacity. And I am very much struggling today. So, hence, if I am being a bit snappy, I apologise. I'm trying really, really hard. But I'm also really, really, really struggling. So, and there isn't a lot I can actually do about it. Because, you know, if you've only got 3 IQ today, well, you've only got 3 IQ today, you know. And if I haven't... Normally, I have spare IQ points, but today, clearly not. I think in part because I lost sanity points earlier. I'll put this pin here for the moment. Like this, so I can... No, that's not quite where I wanted it. I want it in between here, if you don't mind. Thank you. And then I want that one of you, preferably the nearest one, around this side of the pin, so I can tie a knot around it. Because that way the knot will be in the right spot. And it won't be making it too short and bunched up and screwy. Right. Then I need to pass you through you in the right order, preferably. So you can go over there a second, and then you down there like this. And my back is killing me. Why is my back so sore? And my head hurts. Everything's just piling up on the taking away points on the brain cells. It's just not working out today. But we're nearly done. We're nearly done for the day. So, but I'll show you what I mean by the bobbins. The downside of these bobbins. It's not a big downside, but you'll understand the frustrations of it. Right. Now, I want to put you around there. Trim. Snip. Oh, it's not like I'm sitting at a different angle either. And finally, make you longer. And make you longer. Snippety poo. You there. One of you round the pin. Tie them up. Right. Let's decant this a little. Let's take some of the extra pins out that we don't need anymore. And we can get rid of the piece of paper. So let's pull the pins out. Much harder to pull them out in a chunk when they're so far apart, that's for sure. me over the horizon, I can start seeing what I'm doing again. That's a good point. Sorry, I was listening to a pigeon, but my brain just went, that's a good point. I haven't heard the owls for ages. I haven't heard any of the owls. Maybe they wandered off. I can't even rip the pins out using the paper because, of course, this is the world's thinnest paper. Because it is mind-numbingly cheap. It's the kind of paper that you write on pencil on one side and it shows through on the other, you know. Structurally a little bit weak. I could use with a bit of something to starchify it a little. But you'll see what I mean in a minute. Hang on, got to remove the piece of paper. For then you can see. So, as you can see, it's kind of a bit wonky looking. Hence, a bit of starch wouldn't do it a bit of mess. But, there it goes. So that's what I made today. As I say, not exactly, you know, spectacular, but that wasn't the point of it. The point of it was playing with the bobbins. So, that looks a little bit long and wonky. Should have tensioned that one a bit. Yeah, whatever. So, let me take that down and move that over there and take off the little wooden doodad. Oh look, some pins. Some pins I threw earlier. Let me show you what I was talking about, the problem with the bobbins. Bobbin is you grab the bobbin and it slides through the hat. So if you're trying to do something and you chop it, I can't really do it at the right angle, but it'll just slide through. Remind you of the water snakes? Yeah. Oi! Oh, for goodness sake, dog! The pillow rolled down and touched her. It's not like it's a poisonous snake, for goodness sake. Let's get me a cloth. There we go. Give me the dark cloth. There we go. So let me fold this up a little bit because it's too big otherwise. Hey me, just chill, little one. Yes, it moved. Goodness me. Yes, it did. But now, I haven't really got anywhere else I can put this. Have I, dog? There. Come on. Come on. You can get back in your spot now. Come on. All the way in your spot. Right. Now, as I was saying earlier, just lie down. This is the... Oh, fuck off, dog. So she got straight up to get there. This is the more sanity safe variety of potential net curtain. Now, this is more of what you and I think of in terms of net curtain. A light grid of small grid with some patterning shit on it. my wonder was whether Amy, fuck off, woman, this would be acceptable over a window-sized object. For if you actually look, I mean, it is thinner, but it's the original plan was a bit wider, so it would have been the same width, right? So if I remind you, this was 18 pairs, this is 34 pairs, okay? So it is nearly half. The new one is nearly half the number of bobbins. Therefore, it is half the number of bobbins. Well, then it is capable of making something twice as wide without sanity cost. Okay? Or potentially without sanity cost. Has Bruv's got your spot? He has, really, hasn't he? Then take Bruv's spot. Yes. Smelly face. You take Bruv's spot. Yes, I do love you too. I do. Do not be trying to get on the table, little one. You see more than a snoot. You see far too much of a snoot. You sit there. Now I've got a dog in my lap and I can't really reach. It is booped. She is frequently booped. Now it's not lying flat. It's all twisted. This was the problem I always had as a kid. Anytime I did lace making, it did this. It curled up and twisted into a pile of shite. And I lost interest in my... Because I would make like a 1 inch wide bit of something. And it would twisty into insignificance. And then... You know, basically I'd take off this bit that was literally like the width of this kind of snake and it would go... And of course, I was not going to starch and iron it and shit. No, you are not getting off. You're going to sit down and do as you're told. Because you'll be back up here in seconds. We are not going through this. Just lie down. There. Do your Princess and the Pea thing and lie there. Right? Because there's a big duvet and it's all soft and squishy. You like that. So, I am feeling that this is more the way to go. Simply because, while the other way, I am really confident that in an ideal situation, I would be able to achieve a proper 100% invisible join. But I also think the sanity cost could kill me. Because obviously, a similar kind of scale to this, you know, as we know, there are many loops per inch. She says getting a thing. Hang on. So there's 14 in 5 centimetres. So, as I said, I have 0 brain cells, and I don't know where my phone's gone. Because thanks to the dogs, I don't know where that is. So, I'm going to use work phone for this then. 14 times. That gives us 280 lumps for a net curtain. Oh, there's my phone. It's under the bobbins. So that's 280 holes per strip, each side that is, that I need to join. This will be testing, because as I said, it's like sewing smoke together, because they weigh nothing. I mean, even as a pair, these weigh literally nothing, right? This, of course, is heavier. This weighs more than that. And that's without the tails, because the tails were still on the ground. So, you know, this tiny little potentially bookmark sized ugliness weighs more than that square. Now, it's also more expensive yarn, so let's put that in mind. But like we said earlier, while it's more expensive a yarn, and you get more of this stuff per cone, so I think this ball was £11. The cone that I had this on, that isn't this, but hang on, let me dig it out of the pot. Hang on. Because I put it safely in my pot, because it's the same colour as the other one. So this is after we've done quite a bit of work with it. This, I'm checking this is the right one. Yeah, this is the right one. This was like £9, but you get like a kilometre on here. That, I think, is 250. The bigger one is 250 yards, right? Now, obviously, like I explained, because you've got trips per inch, you use more yardage, but it usually works out to be a similar weight, okay? Ish, give or take a bit. Obviously, thickness does come into it. But I'm rapidly coming to the... because once I'd kind of joined them a bit, it became a bit more stable, and obviously because you've got the encouragement of the last bit, it encourages the next bit to line up, so it makes working it feasible. Whereas the other one, not so much. Now, it would be invisible. It would, and I now see why they had ladies whose sole job it was to do this shit, because you need the patience of Job, and you need to be able to handle and do much delicateness, which is not me. I am not a delicate person. So, much as Testy 2 is a roaring success, and I am 100% confident is the answer to my prayer, sanity dictates that we let it go, right? And no, I'm not going to sing Let It Go, because it's the wrong pitch for me. So I think we have a solution, and I am happy enough with it. Solution. I do want to finish a third test strip that I will join to this to see if I can not do the overlapping and kind of go up one side and down the other side, joining them together without them overlapping, because while there would then be 3 threads in places and not 2, it's better than 5, and it might show even less, so I still want to do that. But I do think it is time I design this for real. Now, this size is... I need to make it slightly bigger. Even though it's the same number of bobbins, but it does turn out, as we proved, slightly thinner than a square. So with that in mind, I do need to perhaps enlarge the gaps slightly, or something. But I need to decide if this is too busy, so having big, small, big, small, big, small. Maybe I need smaller. Or literally do big, small, and have them less frequent. Now, ideally, you do big, small, and small, big. But I need to obviously put some thought into it. Now, personally, there is a large amount of me that would love to do some form of picture thing. But let's not, right? Let's not be doing that one just yet. Let's go with the strips. Let's actually get to a full-length curtain. Because, you know, we proved that these strips do work up a lot quicker. And I kind of like doing the strips. I do quite. For some reason, the strips are working, even though I really thought I'd have a bit of an aversion to strips. I kind of like how it's turned out. I'm really pleased with it. So, yeah. I actually may have to do a fourth strip because I still want to retry the joining as a go thing. But I, because that would be part of my brain still says that should be the perfect answer, but it really wasn't. But maybe in a longer variety it would show less, but I'm pretty sure it would still be pretty shit. And it's a lot of work to do it, and I'd need to buy a new crochet hook because this thing is just 50 shades of useless. It's right, my brain was just thinking briefly, as only my brain could. But that would be too difficult. Yeah, that would be difficult to achieve. I was thinking of using this as a bobbin. So, winding loads of thread round here and having it go through there. So then I could pass it through like a hole. But it's a bit big. But principles. But it wouldn't be enough for a metre of lace. So that's not really plan. I also still quite like potentially the idea of making a V-shaped bottom like this for the bottom, but I also want the bottom to be trapped so it's flat against the window. But if it was a V-shaped top, then you don't have the knots that make this look a little bit frayed at the top. You'd have a beautiful, like this start, so it's a smooth start. It's hard to recreate that with knots at the bottom. So you'd start with a V shape and you'd work up effectively. But yeah, I'm really pumped about this at the moment, and the fact that the join is pretty spot on. I mean, it's one of those joins that the closer up you are, the more even it looks, which is a bit weird. You'd expect it to look better from a distance, but the closer you are, the less bold it looks down the middle. So really close up, like when I'm sewing it, it's invisible. The moment I put it down, I can see it. But it doesn't look skanky. It doesn't look... I mean, when I come to sew the squares together, because you're sewing two hard squares together, it screams, I'm sewing squares. Now this will scream, that there are strips, but it also will potentially look like you made it to look that way. Like when we did the bookmarks and I put in a thick thread, so maybe some of this stuff that would... Hang on, I need to have a scratch. I've got a bit on my back that's driving me mad. Like when we did the bookmarks and we put a thicker red thread around the edge to kind of make the flower shape stand out better. Oh, that was a spot. Oh, that was not good. I didn't know I had a spot, but now I do. Ow. Ow, actually that hurt. But it's almost like there's a gimp thread there. The thick thread. They're called gimps for some reason. There we go. So it's almost like we've done that. And that's not a wrong thing, to give it a little bit more structure and stuff. But I really do like how this has turned out, and that I imagine over the course of a window, because you've got the snakes, which are kind of a hard line, that are the first line you see, having a secondary bold line between, each of the snakes as you go across won't look wrong. but I do need to be careful because I need it to be wide enough, and obviously one side, you know, the first strip and the last strip need solid edges so that it's got a bit of strength and stuff. But that's easily sorted out. Instead of wrapping it round the pin to give the loops, you just go straight down the edge and maybe put a second pair in, for like I did with this, to have a second pair to give it a little bit more solidarity. And to be honest, I'd kind of do the same for the top and the bottom to an extent. I think having a little bit of cloth stitch at the top and bottom for it to be sewed into is kind of a good plan. And I can even use a thicker thread to do some of that, just to make it a little bit more machinable, for want of a word. So yes, I'm rapidly coming to the conclusion that this is the solution that I'm after, because the squares, my heart is not in the squares. Now, is my heart not in the squares because I'm getting a bit bored of squares? That is part of it. But part of the reason I think it's bored of the squares is because it just knows that that join line is going to be really hard, and it's going to be almost detracting from the rest of the pattern. Whereas, while this is a bold strip of something down the middle between each of the strips, because there is daylight through it, because it is in pattern, it doesn't show as much. And it looks... deliberate's not the word, but it doesn't look... it looks like you made it that way, rather than it looks like you made lots of things and joined them together, if that makes sense. It looks more like you deliberately made that two pairs that went down. I mean, you could almost do, you know, a two pair bit that cycles around the piece. Just, you see, one of the things that I had considered doing was, if I could have made bed to make it in one piece, is that you would use coloured pairs that travel around doing the zigzags, so that at regular intervals, so that, you know, like every 10 pairs or whatever, you have a blue pair, for want of the other word, and you end up with like a diamond mesh blue bit that stands out, and then you'd have to do a lot less kind of fancy in between. I had considered that quite hard, and it would be almost no dissimilar to having 4 threads do it, so that you have like bold stripes doing diagonals. But obviously this is top to bottom, but it would be that kind of deal, because you can't really do a cross, is all I can say. It's going across would be difficult. Again, you'd have to do it with thread afterwards. But I could do it with thread afterwards, but I'm not going to, because it's not, you know, hello, we're trying to reduce the number of joins here. And make it look more one-piece-ish. So I'm pretty confident I have a solution to my neck curtain in one piece, or at least looks-ish in one piece. And here it is, right? As I said, I'm going to try another join just to see if I can make this a little less bold. That'll be fun. Not. It really is quite hard to do. Wonder if I can pin it to some material to aid with the joins, so that, like, I can't really show you, but if the material held the bumps up, so the material was in the middle. I haven't really got anything to put in the middle. Yes, I have. Hang on. It's just a bit big, unfortunately. Where's a small one? There's a smaller one. Let me roll this up a little bit. Hang on. because of course, despite being smaller, it's still huge in comparison. Fold it again. It's a little bit big, but there we go. Fold it again then. So if I had something like this in the middle, and then obviously I'm taking a little bit of that, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But if I could pin it so that like each side was very near the top, so that almost only the last little row went over the top, and then I could join them, that would probably help. I don't know, I'd have to try it. But it's really funny how up close, you know, if I look at it from a distance of, you know, less than, I don't know, about the width of 4 fingers, it actually looks pretty invisible. The further away it is, the more bold you see. It's really quite weird. Anyway, thank you for joining me today for my experiment with hooded bobbins. There's the spare ones. Or half the packet of spare ones that I didn't get round to. But yeah, the definite problem is if you hold on to them, they fall out. Because no matter how you hold them, unless you actually hold the top bit, it can just slide straight out. Which was part of my frustration with that. So I'm going to put all of these back in here now. See, they run away as well. They love running away. And then, of course, when they hit the floor, they split into 2 pieces, which also does not help. There's another one makes a leap for the floor. I feel like just tipping them on the floor and then picking them up later, it would be quicker. It feels that is the way it's going. To try to make a leap for the floor then. There's another one on the floor. I know what I was going to show you. I can't really do it very well with no weight on the front of the bobbins. But let me do it with just the hats. It might be easier with just the hats, to be honest. So what I was saying about the underhanded technique, if you think of, ignore the bobbin bits, if you think of how I normally do the bobbins, so I roll my bobbins like this. I pick them up and I roll them, okay? Well, in your hands, you do... It doesn't help that there's nothing holding them still, obviously. But you pick them up and you pass them around and you roll them and you pass them around and you roll them. And it's... Again, it's almost backwards to how your brain was working before. It's where, because you're doing it from the underneath. I'm just trying to close my bag. Because I don't want them to run away. As well. But if you think about the bigger thread, which I don't think I'd live with, to be honest. I don't think if I made a net curtain out of them, I would be as happy out of the bigger thread. I just don't think that... There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, if I was making a shawl, I think this would be fine. But I think it's just too big. I want a net curtain, and to me, a net curtain is a really small, fine mesh. And, well, to be a small, fine mesh, you've got to be a small, fine mesh. And I know that big and small are relative phrases, because, you know, to an atom, that's huge. To an atom, that's huge. To to a finger, you know, I can almost put a finger through that. I mean, obviously a child could, I couldn't. So, you know, you couldn't make a... It also doesn't feel very net curtainy. Now, I don't know how to explain that, but it doesn't feel very net curtainy. Whereas this, because it is light and, well, it's wanting to be flat, notice. This wants to be flat. This wants to tie itself into a pile of shite, frankly. So I do think this is the answer. Now, the only problem with this is I used thinner thread than I used for my net curtain, and I have an arseload of the slightly fattened net curtain. It does. It looks a bit like a string bag that's kind of dyed. Now, part of that could be, as I say, would be got over with pressing it, because it is cotton. It's not... But it has this want to not be flat, right? Whereas this has wanted to be flat. I have done nothing to it to make it want to be flat. It just wants to be flat. Now, my only concern is the difference in the thread. I can buy more thread. It's not the end of the world. It's not like it goes out of date particularly. I mean, it does if you don't store it very well and you put it in stupid places, but I could buy more thread. That's definitely a thing. For I really do like the strip. As it is. I just need to make sure it's the right size. Hang on, co-worker sent strange obscure. I really don't understand school these days. So, kid number 1, bear in mind he's got 2, has to hand work in 3 weeks' time. So that's the end of May, beginning of June. But the kids are expected on for another month. Well, surely they're doing exams. Surely that's when the exams are. And he says doing quizzes and competitions. Well, yeah, and? So? I'm confused by that one. As I say, it's amazing how kids at school these days don't seem to do school anymore. Anyway, I think we have basically got a plan. I just need to decide if this is too busy. Actually, there aren't many of you left, or I'd do a poll. At one point there were a lot more of you. Voice your opinions. If you were to have a net curtain and it had this kind of pattern, maybe these would be small, big, small, big, small, but if you had this kind of pattern, is that too busy, or would it be better with, say, big, small, big, and small, big, small? I.e. blank space where these are. And what do you think? Type quicker, people. Well, that's kind of Where's my tape measure gone? Well, I remember it being something like 18.5 inches across my window, which is about 48 centimetres. So that gives us 28. 4, 6, 7. Seven strips. And they're a metre long. So for clarification then, just to truly work it out, that's 17. So that's 1. I can't be asked to count. 2, 3. So it's going to be about 6 of these long. You see, I know what you mean. So I do think that in a much bigger, longer repeating. I mean, the problem is we all know times when you sit there going, oh, I wouldn't like that. No. And then when you do it, you suddenly go, actually, I kind of do. Part of me says it's a bit busy. Now, at that size, it doesn't look bad. But if that was 6 times as long, is it now too busy? And I think the short answer is yes. I think if I proceeded, it would not look horrific. You know, it's not like you'd look at it and go, oh my God, what the hell happened there? It's not that kind of horrific. It would just look busy. Especially as you've got the snakes, the strip in the middle. There is a reasonable bit going on. If the diamonds were too far apart, it would potentially start to look a little pants. Because, well, it's got to be at a regular position. You've got to have one at the top, one at the bottom kind of thing. Some in the middle. You don't want it to suddenly have... you don't want it to have this gap, this gap, loads of it, and then suddenly this gap to make it fit at the bottom, right? So I'd have to make sure I calculated the distances right. But it is pretty much spot on, 6 times what I've got. But again, you can't really... If I repeated this, well then you don't... With big, small, big, small, big, big, small, big, small... You don't really want that. You want big, small, big, small, big, small. So I would have to, print out a load and it's really not that big a deal, but I'd have to print it out loud. That's fine. And then when it comes to starting the next one, you start it at, at a point which is so much above the previous, So you have 2 starting points. One is the starting point for making the even numbers, and one is the starting point for making the odd numbers. I also need to pick that which I do. Now, do I stick with the big diamonds or go with just the small ones? We may have to do some more spider theory before we have at least one more strip to play with. I have considered, by the way, doing little squares of rose ground, because we know I like my squovals. Have considered that. instead of making spiders in the middle, use squovels. Or even a strip of squovels. Could really do it so that starting here, you just make squovels all the way down the middle. Just a single squoval all the way down the middle. That could be a thing. But I think it would look too stripy then. I think the diamonds help break up the stripy. No, not elongated squircles, just squircles. The same squircles on my square. Because you can only make them in that shape, really. Or even big single rose ground. So they're tiny little dots. See, this is the problem. My brain starts kind of spouting thoughts off and I get a billion of them and I can't pick. I really can't pick. Shut up. Lots of things to think about. But I definitely think we have a winner in terms of acceptable without cost of sanity points. I mean, I think there might be a few sanity points lost along the way, but only a few are lost along the way. Not totally obliterated like the, let's call it, perfect answer. And I seem to recall, even before as I said, it came to me in a dream, and I was already concerned that the cost of sanity to do it would be a little extreme. And I was right. I foresaw also some of the complication. Because obviously, while the edge of this one is quite fragile, it has an element of strength in that at least it's two threads that are twisted. The other one, of course, is a single thread. And single threads are inherently weaker. But it's also, this is quite strong because two bobbins meet and cross over. In the other one, which can't see, there it is. Let's pick, the other one. Done on the same grid. These are, let me pull it down a bit because it's off screen. There you go. These are a lot more fragile. They don't hold their shape as well. The shape of the mesh that you make is prone to irregularities. Now, it does give it a very handmade look, which is nice. It proves it's not machine, whereas this looks a lot more even and machiney based because, well, all the crosses happen where the pins were, so as long as you put your pins in a straight line, well, it comes out in a straight line, so it looks a little bit more machiney. But this was something that I've always had with my spinning, my knitting, and I want it to look good enough that you would think that a mindless machine did it. It's so beautifully regular and even that you almost doubt it's handmade because it looks that good. Now, I'm not saying that this looks good because there's plenty of mistakes in it, as we know. But that is what makes it handmade. The overall look of it is a lot more solid. It's not solid. It's arguably no more solid than the other one. But the other ones just have this. I mean, I know that there are no knots in lace making, right? But because these, as I said, because these threads, the pair that is going from right to left here is the same pair going right to left here down the bottom. In this, they do more like the snakes. They go backwards and forwards, and they go top to bottom, backwards and forwards. And it's almost an illusion that they go on a diagonal surface, because they don't. They go S-shaped all the way down. And with that in mind, it's not got the same strength. It's not got that ability to hold its shape. And the pinholes can move. You end up with bigger holes and smaller holes, and because, well, nothing's holding it still. Whereas with this, you do a cross and a twist before a pin, you do a cross and a twist after, and so the one that goes above here and the one that go below there are twisted together. Oh, blimey! Yay! Welcome, everybody. We were just discussing the finer intricacies of future. I have been working on squares to make a neck curtain. In fact, let me dig out a square. For if you have not been here before. If you've not been here, then half this discussion will not make sense to you without one. So, let me clear the table a little. This is a square. This is one of my squares. Okay? And I have made 7 of these bloody things so far. My brain cells are not at full capacity today, so I am struggling a little with a lot of things. Oh, thank you very much. So this is what I have generally been working on, and squares are made out of triangles. You can just about see that you make this as a triangle, and then you turn it, and you make this as a triangle, and you turn it until you've got a square. Now, well, I like it to make sense. Now, the biggest problem with these squares is that when you have multiple of them, that's fine, I do, this harsh line here is going to be very apparent. Now, I knew this when I started. For in my head, it will be okay. It will look a bit like a patchwork quilt, said my brain cell. But I'm suffering. I'm suffering that I am no longer happy with the idea of the patchwork quilt look on a neck curtain. So, with that in mind, I decided to try and make strips. Because, well, strips are easy to make. And join them. Now, this join is not perfect. None of my work is perfect, so, let's not pretend that's the thing. But the solution was not perfect. For the reason that this looks bold down here is... That's okay. So this is... They're a bit wide for bookmarks, but... because these look fat, because they are, funnily enough, because all of these things are 2 threads that way, 2 threads that way. And when you twist them together, you join together and you twist them around a pin, right? So when you get to the edge here, there are 2 threads that make the bump at the edge, right? So down the middle, there are 4 threads woven, sewn together with a 5th. So there are 4 or 5 threads, thus making it fat. Now, enter these tiny scrapettes of lace. For these are done in a slightly different style. And as you can see, here is why my sanity left me this morning. This thread here that is just visibly coming off was originally wound in and out of the others. But because it was single, as it would need to be, and it had escaped, my sanity points were taken from me. Now, I've got the other side, and hang on, which side is it? So, this side and this side, she says, flipping them around, could go together, like this. And then I can wind a thread between the two, and then, because I would introduce a thread, then there would only be 2 here, or 2 here. There are not extras, and it would be invisible. But because it is a single thread, there is nothing anchoring it top or bottom. So it comes out. And this stuff, this thread that I used, is evil, frankly. And I will never be using it again. I will probably take it out back and burn it. Or use it for something else. I have no idea what I will use it for. But it's evil. That's all we need to know is it's evil. And... that's plasticky, and that would concern me. Invisible thread is not usually that flexible. It's usually a bit stiffer. I mean, most people who do any form of crafting know that evilness does apply in crafts. Now this one, which is made out of cotton, there are lots of good points about it. One, it likes to be flat. So for example, I was messing with some new bobbins today, hence this bookmarky-ish shaped thing that keeps distorting because basically it's in a mood. I made it with crochet cotton, this crochet cotton. And obviously it's bigger and it's fatter, so I made it on a bigger grid. But as you can see, it likes to distort. As does the thin fragments of nothing wherever they have run off to. There they are. These things, even though they are tiny, they like to, these prefer to be a bit flatter than the big one, but not a lot. Everything looks slightly, it looks really uneven. Now, part of the reason this looks uneven is when you make this, you do a cross and a twist and put a pin, a cross and a twist. So that the threads coming in from top right across, threads coming in from top left across. They then do a dance around the pin, so there's a cross before and after, so securing the pin in a hole. And then they cross again at the bottom going out, bottom right. So it makes except for when you're fucking up, it makes a beautiful, very even grid. This tends to have more personality. Now, this is nice because it makes it look handmade. It makes it look more authentic. It makes it look older, to be honest. But it also makes it more evil to work with. And although I am absolutely confident, 100%, that I could join that, the little tiny squares, in a manner where this bold line does not happen. That you sew a little up that way, you sew a little back, then you sew a little on the other side, and you sew a little back, and you basically fill in the missing thread. So it would be invisible. And I would be in a sanatorium. And so, because I lost 10 sanity points today, trying to join those two tiny squares together. For scale, making a net curtain, I will need to join a number of strips that are 1 metre long. Now, starting out this, I think I did potentially lose 1 sanity point. But by the time I got to about 1 inch down it, because I started from the bottom, it kind of, well, there was a bit holding it together, which encouraged it to stay lined together, so I could, and by the time I got to the other end, it really wasn't so bad. I'd really got in the swing of it. So doing that for 1 metre, and it didn't take me that long. I mean, it took a while, but comparatively, in lace making, everything takes forever. But, I mean, I would say it was less than an episode of House, okay, to sew these 2 strips together. And that included screwing it up and starting again. I'd done about this much, and I changed my mind, and I tried something a bit different. So, with that in mind, mainly because I had to tie a knot in the top to stop it pulling through. That was the main reason I had to start again. This does seem to be the answer to my net curtain. And we have established this evening that I will need 7 strips to go across my window. For I don't want... Most people, when they have curtains, they have wavy curtains, so you need a lot more fabric than the width of the curtain, and the usual rule of thumb is 3 times the width, right? Due to making this stuff by hand and taking a small eternity, I do not want to have to make more than is necessary. Secondly, I'm weird, and if I've put a load of effort into making a pattern like this, I do not want it to be kind of hidden like this on my window. I want to see the work that I did, so I want it to be flat. Therefore, I only need to make enough to cover the window pane. I do not need to cover... I mean, if I could knock it out in a weekend, then, yeah, you know, whatevs. If I tell you that the 7 squares that I have done, plus one triangle, have taken me since September. Now, we have had a couple of detours, but pretty much since September. I am not spending this long making things for it to look tacky, or for it to be partly obscured, or for it to fall apart, which is one of my big bugbears. With all that in mind, I intend very strongly to ditch the squares. Once I've got to half a window, I intend to ditch the squares. Reason being, I'm really not up for the patchwork look any longer. So with that in mind, I mean, half a window covered is perfectly good, don't get me wrong. Especially as the window I have in mind is an upstairs window, so I can get away with half a window. So until I finished net curtain number 2, net curtain number 1 will be more than adequate. Because I can walk up to it and peer over the top, and it can sit and do the, you know, stop people staring at me, standing a bit further away from the window going, what are you looking at? What are you doing? You know, been a bit of a nosy neighbour. Now, one of the things that is very visible on here are the... Now, we are... Part of what we're discussing is this too busy? Do I need to drop, say, these small ones and replace the big ones with the small ones? So it goes big, small, big, and then small, big, small. Do I leave it exactly as it is? Now, when you joined, I was stating that as it is, if I made a window, I mean, obviously I've been playing around with the spiders. So I could do variants of spiders across the window, have kind of, I need 7 strips, so I can do A, B, A, B, A, B, you know, kind of across. So and it will be 6 times as long, okay, to give you scale. So 7 wide, 6 times as long. Because it's not actually square, as you may be able to tell. Now, I am concerned, I have brain cells that have flagged concerns, that it would be a bit busy as it stands, but at the same time, it wouldn't be that bad. Well, that's what I'm saying, is that, you know, as it is, obviously I've got big, small, because I use the same pattern for both, and I'm making a third one with exactly big, small, right? But, in the real thing, do I then want to do small, big, small, or do I want to do big, small, big, small, big, small? Or even more slightly, bear in mind it's 6 long, so that kind of screws up the spacing a little, because I would actually, yeah, further apart, or arguably just ditching these and changing the size of the middle one, whichever way you like to think about it, but have more distance between them so that they are not quite so busy. Now, if I bring back square a second, because obviously I don't expect you guys to understand the name of all the stitches of the things that we're doing. So this is made with marginally bigger thread, hence it looks a little bit whiter and bolder. This is cloth stitch, this very solid white line, because it's undery overly like you would have with normal cloth. This is ground, so the same ground as this, it's just that this is thinner. These are called rose ground. These are spiders. Well, there isn't a single spider on here. There's a cluster of spiders. And then there's this, which is some... Well, I also don't know, you know, I can't tell how many of you have been here before or not, unless you say something. So if if you're lurking in the background watching and you've not been here before, I want to make sure that what I'm saying has some element of... And I do it to the people who are here all the time. Because it's my hobby, not yours, I don't expect you to remember all the names of everything. So I tend to call these squovels. So the rose ground I tend to call squovels. Because, well, you end up with squares with little holes in the middle. So you end up with squovels. Now, I am considering whether I want to do some form of... Maybe instead of big, small, big... Maybe big, 1 squoval, spot. Small, spot. Squoval, spot. Big. So it is still busy, but the busy is considerably smaller. Because, well, it's all things are possible, right? I am very much in love with the zigzags down the sides, which come with the phrase, I'm a snake. If you do not know where that comes from, to be honest, I don't... Well, it does, but it also... It remains busy, but it's not screamingly busy, it's just busy, if you know what I mean. Because obviously these would disappear into little dots, because obviously one of these is quite small. This would then be a small one. So while it is equally busy, because there would be, basically one of these squivels would fit in the hole in the middle. So all of this would be mesh round it, and it would be as busy, but it's almost like putting a bead in the middle. Instead of having this, putting a little bead. Now, don't get me wrong. Beads can be a thing. I have a shit ton of beads, and I have really thought about it, because I really have. Putting beads in instead. Glittery bead, you know? Yeah. Now, the problem is I suffer from complete inability to make decisions. Coming up with this and deciding on this was frankly quite a miracle. Now I'm talking of doing it again. And, well, so this is today's struggle. Today's struggle is, one of the other things is this square, I mean, it's really weird. This square, if I have it in my hand, I can feel it. Now, you'd like to think, well, duh, right? Bear with me a sec. This has not a lot of weight to it, but some weight. Bear in mind that volume-wise, these two are similar. This is slightly wider than the two strips, but the two strips is slightly longer. So, in part, because we sewed them down the middle. But this is... I mean, if I lay that on my hand and I wasn't looking, I wouldn't know it was there. It is that much lighter. Which also appeals. For a net curtain is supposed to be, well, letting the light in and. Now, it's not that I dislike these. You see, and there is a big part of me that's sitting there going, why didn't I think of that, like, September when I started this shit? Well, why did it only come to me now? Now, some of that is, as we all know, you do the best that you can at the time when you started. And you learn more, think more, and the more you stare at it, the more you have thoughts. Why did I choose this? Why did I not do that? Perhaps it would have made more sense if I had, right? And one of the big problems I have, I mean, don't get me wrong, in theory, the same problem will occur with strips, is every triangle is absolutely identical. At least if I did big, small, big, maybe with a dot in between them, and then small, big, small, every strip is not the same. Now it is, but it's not. There is difference. And, you know, this has, again, potential sanity plus points in it. But also, because you're making a strip and you're sitting on a roller and you just kind of go clunk, do a bit more, clunk, do a bit more, clunk. It is this takes about a month. Exactly. So this square takes about a month. This was 2 weeks. Think about that. I've spent 7 months making this. So I've got 7 of them and a quarter. In 7 months, I would probably have finished if I'd made strips. So, well, no. Now, the problem is, having made 7 squares, I kind of feel compelled to finish 2 more, so that I have half a window. If I show you the thing, so this is where we're at, right? This is the state of the squares. This is where I've got to. I have 7 whole squares and a quarter. If I finish the 2 more, I will have 9 squares, half a window. I can use it as half a window square, if nothing else, while I make the next one. As I said, because, well, there's been quite a lot of time and effort gone into these squares, and Well, part of the reason I'm making a net curtain is because I don't do lace. I am not a lacy using girl. I'm a tomboy. I am not a delicate, dainty kind of thing. I don't really do flowers. I don't, which is unfortunate, because lots of lace involves flowers. I don't have things on my wall. I don't have patterns on my wall. I don't have patterns on my curtains. It's just not me, right? So with that in mind, the squares made a lot of sense, because you can do a square and have the dopamine of, look, I made a square. And then you make another square and go, look, I've made another square. Or I've done a triangle. And I do feel quite pleased. Oh, I've done a triangle. Good me. Well done, Liz. Well done. Good girl. Right? I also suck at joins. Now, what you can't see as well is the join on the back of here, which frankly is glued, because buggered if I spend a month making a square to need to wash it and for it to fall apart. I will cry. Now again, one of the advantages of strips is that the only bit is the start and the end, and you make some blank extra at the top, sew it in some bias tape for strength, and well, it's not going to... you can make a complete fudge of the bottom, because bear in mind this is technically a fudge, but it won't matter, because it'll be in the bias tape. It will look neat and tidy. There will be no joins. Now this is a join, but it doesn't kind of scream join, and it's not got the same issue of these joins, right? So strips really are many plus points up at this point. But, well, I've got 7 of these bloody squares. I mean, you know. Look, here they are. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and number 7. Well, so what would I do with them? Because, well, now after all this effort, I feel I should do something with them. So making 9 and having a half curtain does seem a sensible choice. Complete the target. Make the curtain. Now, okay, it's a shorter curtain than you intended, but make the curtain. Because then I can live with the curtain for a while. Because I do think it will make quite a nice shadow on the carpet, right? Because it's got really dense bits and all the rest of it. This will leave less shadow, but the snakes... yeah, they do. Oh, we'll make placemats. Oh, well, you know, put them on the wall. No, I don't do that kind of shit. First of all, I don't eat off a table. I eat off the plate in my lap, right? Secondly, I don't do visitors. I mean, to be honest, I made this. This is a me thing. I made this. But this is not a... I don't... the only reason I'm making a net curtain is the only thing I thought I would ever use. Because I don't need bookmarks. I read from a Kindle or I use audiobooks. I don't need lace frills on my clothes. Dear God, no. And seriously, if you ever want me to die of shame on the spot, put me in a lace thing, right? My wedding dress include that theory, because I pretty much did. If you could have seen the colour I was at the end of it, my face was like this. Was this red at the end of the day, because it was quite a warm day, and even though a lot of my dress was, let me explain. 3 or 4 years before I got married, I had leukemia, and I'd had to have a load of injections to encourage my blood to grow. And the ad's in progress. Well done, ads. I shall wait for the end of the ad. Unfortunately, not everyone has the same number of ads, so I'll give them a few more seconds, because some people may still have ads. How long we got? It's apparently 1.5 minutes, potentially more of ads, so we'll give people a little bit more chance to come back. I do hate the fact that somehow Twitch ads only ever seem to kick in right in the middle of a really interesting story. They never kick in when you're not saying anything and you're just happily flicking bobbins about. Only ever kicks in when you're right in the middle of a story. So let's bear with in case a few more people come back from ads. We've got about a minute to go. Time shouldn't vary on Twitch. Everyone should go to ads at the same time, give or take a few seconds. On YouTube, it's absolutely random. So I can have like 2 minutes of ads, and then a minute later you'll have 2 minutes of ads, and then a minute later someone else will have 2 minutes of ads. Hence people streaming on YouTube almost can't stop for ads, whereas on Twitch it's a 3-minute slot. And that's when all of the ads should run. Probably is. YouTube is shocking when it comes to ad control. But we're getting there. 10 seconds to go. In the meantime, 3 people have left. It's always the way. I think that's always the bit I find depressing, is wondering why they left, There we go. Everyone should be back now. So, yeah, I had leukemia and I had to have injections to encourage my blood to come back because it just wasn't doing it by itself. And I had horrendous bruising on my arms to the point 4 years later you could still see where the bruises were. It was almost like but if you think of how tattoos work by blood pigments under the pigments under the skin. And in your head, skin grows out and you get new skin all the time, and in 7 years it's a whole you. Well, then how come tattoos never wear out, right? Think about that. So with that in mind, these bruises were really quite visible on my arms. So I didn't want bare arms. But I also didn't really want long sleeves because, we were getting married in June. It was either going to be -10 or 45 degrees, right? And I was wiser than my years. For, on the day in question, it was vampire scorchingly hot. Like in films where they put the hand out and you could see the blisters burning. It was that kind of hot, right? And so my dress was a dress with basically a lace coat built over the top, right? Now, it was my own design, sort of. Well, I say design. Not a lot of it was my design, but I had this concept as to having the lace coat, but that it wasn't a separate coat. It is attached. But it looks like a lace coat over the top. So if you think of how you drew dresses when you were a kid, right? If you think of a princess dress, you had I didn't have puffy sleeves, but it had like a busty line sort of thing-ish, but with straps, because I've got big boobs and you need something to hold it up. Booby kind of triangle bit comes out like this, not too kind of poofy, because again, I am not a girly girl. And then round the bottom. But then you would often do like this, from the waist, you'd have like this shape. So there's like an underskirt visible with an over. This is what I wanted. And so they did the lace bit as like a coat that came down in the kind of a scalloped front with the satiny, silky shit underneath. Now, it was handmade and it cost a small fortune, but not as much as you might think, to be honest. I think it was about £1,400, okay? Which is plenty, don't get me wrong, but if I tell you now, if I was hand making it, it would cost more than that. But it also was a few years ago, so, you know, prices and all the rest of it. But, that is the nearest to lace I ever got. Because it was a lace, it frankly was a lot like a net curtain. But it was, you know, a lace coat over the top. So that it was not masking, not heavy, not heat trapping, but detracted from the bruising that was slightly visible underneath. Because although it wasn't like I had active black bruises, right, that I wanted to hide underneath some thick fabric, but they were bruises that I didn't want to be looking at my wedding photos going, look, bruise, for the rest of my life, right? I wanted to have it, you know, broken up by having, you know, because if there was a slight discoloration under here, so for example, if I use this cloth, because this cloth's got a mark on it, right? If I put this one down, as you can see, there's a mark here. If I put the lace over it, where's the mark now? It's still there, but you can't really see it. You can see underneath it, you can see, quote, skin. Okay, I'm not a Smurf, but, you know, you can see it hides, it disappears. And so that's kind of what I did. I wanted the lace and to disappear the slight markings, because they really were fairly slight, but I wanted them to go. I also did not need my knockers that visible, because I'm not that kind of girl. Now, I had plenty of them, so it's, you know, it was a more full front, shall we call it. I didn't have a low cut. It was not, you know, I've seen some terrible, I mean, if that's your thing, that's your thing. But on me, I couldn't have standed it. The ones where they've all but kind of got this thin nipple tassel bit that kind of goes up to cover, and the rest of it's all just hanging out, and it's kind of like, I can't wear that in a church. So, you know, I mean, even if you... So, I wore a dress. What more do you want? Believe me, that's coming from me. The fact that I wore a dress is actually quite impressive. It is the last time I wore a dress, by the way, so that's like 21 years ago or whatever it is now. I'm also now divorced, by the way. But, and I'm never going there again, clearly. But it was just the fact that I was wearing a dress, because I really had considered wearing a white suit. Because that's far more me. It's trousers. Far more useful. Far more practical. Far more me. But I also did you only really get married once. You've got to do it right. We're having a church. We're having bells. We're having a choir. If I'm wearing a dress, guys, you are in top hat and tails. That's the deal. They accepted the deal. They wore top hat and tails. I wore a frock. We both look stupid. Well, you've got to make a bit of a bargain out of it, haven't you? You know, we both felt stupid. Well, hello, you know. But, you know, at the end of it, you know, as I said, if I'd worn trousers... Now, while that's very me, and everyone who knows me knows that, you know, you'll never see me in anything but trousers... Occasionally in my own house, maybe shorts, right? I will always be wearing trousers. Usually black jeans or black trousers of some variety. It is very rare for me to be even remotely in something else. And in fact, pretty much the only time I'm in something else is when I'm in my bed. But that's about it, right? It's kind of trousers. And... So, seeing me in a wedding photo right here, right now, if I'd been wearing trousers, that would be fine. But it's also 20 years later. Now, 20 years ago, I might have changed my mind by now. What if, like vegetables, that I now eat far more vegetables than I did 20 years ago, which is far more than 20 years before that? Your tastes change. Do you really want to be 90-year-old looking at your... wedding photos and thinking, dear God, did I really wear that? Did I really feel that was appropriate? And because I was doing it in a church, because we were doing all the traditional things, a dress really did seem the deal. So I wore a dress. Blokes had to wear top hat and tails. And I'm glad we did it. I'm glad we wore the right stuff. Because I do think that, those photos would have looked, oh, shut up, dog. Kind of weird, even today, now, if we had not. If they'd just worn a suit, if I'd worn a white suit kind of thing, it would look almost like looking at 70s stuff today. It would scream. Whereas, other than the fact that I was 20 years younger, it would still fit today. And I think that's true with an awful lot of wedding photos, is that the right wedding photo doesn't really age. The wrong ones do. And, as we were paying a decent amount of money for said wedding photos, I kind of wanted to be able to look at them in years to come. And so, basically, that is the only time I have ever worn lace. And, well, you're welcome to bury me in it when I finally go, because, well, it's in my wardrobe, but at my old house, that is, it's not here. It's in the wardrobe, but I am not likely to need it, Now, don't get me wrong, like these snakes, I love these snakes. Now, they came to me in a bit of a dream. In part because I'd seen these. Now, this is a cluster of spiders. There's 4 here. And normally, where's this screwed up piece of crap, right? A spider looks like these. So if I spread it out a bit, you can see that there's like this eye shape with 3 legs come in, 3 legs come in. They make the body, and 3 legs go out, and 3 legs go out. And that's what it looks like, and it has like the layer around the edge. If you put them close enough together that you don't have the lines in between, lie down, you end up with this happening, which is that the legs that go between the 2 spiders, well, nothing splits them apart because they're not held in places along the edge. They get to stay roughly where they were, which is next to each other. And I'd seen this, and my brain had swore to me on its life that it had seen this on the internet. I searched for nearly 3 weeks everywhere. Now, I could have sworn I'd seen it in this kind of blue, a kind of a jaunty angle, so, and it was kind of a bookmark at this kind of angle, but more of a visually to you, so more at a sort of a slanty angle like this, right? So a very artistically posed thing. And my brain was absolutely adamant it had seen it. But when I asked, no one knew what the hell I was talking about. And I said, well, it makes a wave. And they went, no, never seen anything like that. No. And this is people who have been doing lace for like 60 years and been teaching it for, some 50 of it, right? And so I set about my idea because I'd seen, this shape. And my brain went, well, if this is true, well, then this should be true. So I set about making it. And having mated it, everyone kind of went, oh my goodness. Oh, because part of the thing with this style of lace, because of the angled dead straight lines, whereas you'll notice with this, let me zoom in a bit, hang on. Doop, and go across, hang on. These come out, nothing's quite straight. The lines kind of wiggle. By the way, that's as much as I can zoom in. The lines wiggle. These are not uniform. They tend to skaggle about a bit. Whereas these These, as long as your pin lines are straight, are absolutely deadpan straight. And so this, it does. Yes, it's actually made on the same grid as this. I used the same grid. I just didn't do the same spiders. So this one is known as a cathedral arch and is basically the top half of this, but has the two legs split. And this one is the snakes. But you end up with these big kind of moth-eaten hole looking things. Whereas although there are the big moth-eaten holes on these, they look right. Whereas on here it looks moth-eaten. This looks like some 16th century stuff I dug out and have lovingly restored. This looks like something that was made recently. And looks healthy. But this is also more stable. Because it's got the straight lines to give it some strength. To give you an idea, if I pull these stretch side to side, but as a whole don't tend to stretch top to bottom quite as well, because the threads actually run more like the snake and actually just wiggle downwards. In this thread here goes all, if it was just this, so the thread here, the two that come in from the right here, travel all the way down here and go into this one. So if I'd made those a different colour, you would watch it travel all the way down. So they zigzag, but this has two threads that travel together. The little ones have, what happens with the little ones is you have 4 threads. So same 2 pairs of bobbins. In this one, you do cross, so the middle 2 cross over, and then twist, which is the 2 outside ones, and then cross. So what was on the right is now on the left, right? With the other one, you do a cross, so the 2 middle ones swap, and then just twist the outside ones a couple of times. So there's only one bit of string doing the cross. So it is a lot more fragile. It has a lot more movement to it in a way, but it's a lot more fragile. But it also means that because you do a cross and a twist, put a pin in, cross and a twist, this pin holds it in these dead straight lines. So it makes them come out quite uniform and very predictable. Whereas with that one, it's really easy to fuck it up and miss one, make a hole in it. Yeah. I mean, even when you look at some of the really expertly made stuff, you'll find that, I mean, this has got loads of mistakes in it, so, I'm not holding this up as great. But when you look at some of those on a thing and you look it up closer, you'll see that, like, they missed one, so this one will be really big because it stretches now. And I don't know how... your brain goes, well, how do you recover from that? Because if you've missed some, you've got straight threads in the wrong place. No, you just end up with extra ones, and then somehow you make it work, and then you end up with a small one somewhere to make up for it. And it's kind of like pebbles. It's, you just use if you've got a big one there, we used a small one, and now they've taken up the same space as 2 medium ones. And it makes it look very handmade, which is nice, but it's not as strong. It's not gonna... I actually would worry... Well, I would worry about the weight of it. Now, I've said that it weighs next to nothing. Both of them weigh next to nothing. But I would worry about the weight. Because if you've got... it's going to be 18.5, 19 inches wide by a metre. The weight on... part of the reason you'd have a bias tape at the top is so that you don't have little tiny loops here trying to, you don't put a clasp on like this and have it try and support the whole weight of the entire curtain, that you'd have really, almost like, not blue obviously, but you'd have like almost this thick bit covering over the top, so that, like that over the top of it, and you'd make a margin to do it, but then that you can clasp onto that because it helps distribute and hold the whole thing more evenly across, right? And that's cool, that's fine, good with that. But this would be much more secure, much happier. So I'm kind of glad that this is proving to be where my brain is going. I like the idea of the strips. I have to pick a few things about my strips. But back to these things. When I posted, because obviously these were 2 strips originally. When I posted this strip, which was the first one, to them, it was, oh goodness, I see what you mean about the waves now. Oh, these are great. And it's gone up onto one lady who does kind of like a lace Bible website. She's got loads of things for beginners. Lots of information about things. It's not purely for beginners, but it's got patterns, it's got instructions, it's got graphical representations, it's got all sorts of things. She's added these to it because of the angles, because this is done on a square grid. Admittedly, you make, on an angle, but it's a square grid, right? Everything you do, like the squares, you end up with straight lines. These give it curves, which is almost unheard of in this style of lace. Now, doing spiders, which is what these things are called, in this style of lace, is not normal. That style of lace does not do spiders. That style of lace is usually flares. And I don't want flares. I don't really do flares. Because it is normally done on a 60-degree grid. Therefore, when you do the right things, you end up with perfect circles. You can't really have perfect circles in a 45-degree grid. Now, you can, but it's more complicated. So they make beautiful, and don't get me wrong, it is beautiful stuff. Chantilly lace is, while I will refer to it as Bucks Point because I'm British and vive le British, right? Bucks Point and Chantilly is exactly the same shit. The only difference, and in fact, one of these squares is Bucks Point and one of them is done in the style of Chantilly. And as you may notice, they look the same. Well, I'm sure you understand then. Vive le British. We don't do a lot, so let's stand up for what we've got, right? I mean, we're really good at inventing a sport we're crap at. In this one, which is the Chantilly one, you do twist, twist, cross, put the pin in. So the pin sits at the top of the hole. This one, which is Bucks Point, you do cross, twist, twist. So realistically, it's kind of the other end. It's like it's upside down. But you can do cross, twist, twist in Chantilly. It's just called closed. Really? Get over it. In which case, the closed Chantilly is exactly Bucks Point. It has picots, it does flares, it has gimp threads. It is exactly the same stuff. So, one thing that I've always found is that lace making especially, most of you at some point will have been on some remote training course for some random crap related to your job. Where you go to headquarters or you go to some training centre and in software or whatever it is, and they will teach you about X. When you get home, while you have notes and those lovely days that we all go, oh, God, no. What do you mean I've got to go travel all the way over there to learn some? Really? those courses, right? Now, you've got the notes of the course. You've got maybe some notes you took along the way. But when you get home, you do what it says on the notes as you did in the course, and it doesn't work. Because your company didn't buy that module. Your company uses a different version. Your company customised it. Whatever, right? And lace making is absolutely like that. It's like they all went on a week's course. They all met up, had a kind of, hey, I've learned some, we're all going to learn off Betty. She's discovered how to make lace. And they've all gone, wow. And they've sat there and they've gone, right, okay. So you cross and you twist and you twist and you cross and you, okay, great. They then went home, couldn't remember some of it, remembered roughly the approximations, and the variations came out. So that Chantilly, Bucks Point, they remembered the same shit. But one remembered cross, twist, twist, and one remembered twist, twist, cross. Everything else is the same. These guys obviously got annoyed with the fact that this stuff didn't stick round the pins. So when cross, twist, stick a pin in it, cross, twist, now I've trapped it round a pin, it will not move. We like that, right? And came up with this version, right? And it's like a bunch of people went on a course that the notes were pretty bold, because obviously back in the days of lace making, let's just say education was slim, and the notes would have been, here's a piece I made, right? At best, if you could afford to buy it. Right? Maybe you got to take home the bit that you made, right? Because this is exactly how I've seen so many people. Well, sparse, but also most people couldn't read and write. So whatever notes they made, there would have been a few squiggles of lines on a piece of paper, right? Now, I know that they didn't all meet up in some random Tibetan square, spend a week making lace and go home. It really didn't happen like that. But to an extent, it kind of did. Someone somewhere made some lace. Someone came along and said, hey, how did you do that? And they go, flippy, flippy, bobby and bobbin. And they go, wow. Went home, got some string and had a go. And came up with what they had thought the lady had done. Because it was mainly ladies. Sorry to be sexist, but it was a ladies' thing back in the day. So with that in mind, it kind of was. Everyone met up with someone else, and a bit like Chinese whispers, twist, twist, cross, cross, twist, twist. Whatevs, right? It kind of looks the same, so how would you know? And the answer is you wouldn't. These guys obviously came up with something a little bit more regular, shall we call it? And they liked their stuff, so they stuck to it. The Honiton lot only ever made motifs, because, well, that's what they did. The Bedfordshire people decided they didn't want that much stuff going on, so they would, make a square, make a square, make a square, and then do, joining bits to hold it all together. That's what they did. These are how a lot of these things turned out. But they all share a very simple premise. Cross and twist. Cross, you take the left bobbin over a right bobbin, and in twist you take a right bobbin and put it over the left bobbin. That is it. And they are all made of the same. Now, cloth stitch, the one that looks very much like this, that give the ovary undery standard kind of cloth. I was going to cite this, but then that doesn't do that, so that's... Well, it does right here at the edge, but not in the middle. That gets called a bunch of different things. But it's still the same shit. Whether you call it cloth stitch, linen stitch, hull stitch, but then there's hull stitch, which is cloth stitch with a twist, but then sometimes that's also referred to as cloth stitch. Sometimes it's called double stitch. But basically, again, someone went home and they couldn't remember, so they gave it a name, right? Hence, my squavels. My squavels may live on through others, I hope. But we are all... There are no... Well, even only a few years ago, crafting police were really rampant. If you varied even remotely from what was traditional in your craft, you were a pariah. You were a leper. they almost came round and took all your crafting gear away. We are not there anymore, so you can put spiders in a lace type that doesn't need it. And if you like them, you keep them. If you don't, you don't, right? We are a lot more understanding. And yet, at the same time, there's no reason why you can't. If it works and gives you an answer that you like, why not? Some idiot decided to put chili in chocolate. Now, on face value, that sounds absolutely horrific. But it works. Someone put chocolate in stews. Again, which idiot thought of that? But it works. Not one I personally do, but because I tend to have eaten the chocolate by then. Don't get me wrong. I love bacon. I really do love bacon. And I really love chocolate. But there's a bit of you that kind of goes, bacon and chocolate? Sounds horrible. Now, how can two glorious things together be disgusting? Well, they can. There are many examples of how two glorious things together. Lucky you. I can, and it is a problem. But, there are many examples of two glorious things put together are disgusting. For example, chicken and ice cream probably doesn't sound, probably is quite revolting. But you like chicken. Chicken's nice. Like ice cream, that's nice too. But together, ew. Right? Some things you just can't put together. But sometimes really random, obscure, weird things work. Believe me, I'm not going to try chicken ice cream to find out. My brain says ew, and I'm sticking with it, right? But people do. People will try it. People will have tuna ice cream or something. Ugh. And so, but no, my luck, it probably works. Just to prove a point, cheese ice cream or something. I can imagine a cream cheese ice cream could kind of work, because you then make a kind of ice cream cheesecake kind of deal, right? And in fact, Haagen-Dazs cheesecake ice cream is glorious, so, it could kind of work. But there are so many times when, something came up in a group the other day that I was in, and we were debating the great, do you put jam or cream on the scone first? I will die eating my body weight of cheesecake ice cream. But we were debating do you put jam or cream on a scone first? And the short answer is you put the jam on first, for one of two exceptionally good reasons. One, you can't spread jam on cream. You can only dollop it. Two, the purpose of a cream tea, aka cream on jam on scone, is to eat your body weight of clotted cream. So what you do is you put a layer of jam on your scones so it's not too dry. You then mound on as much cream as you can visibly fit. You then scrape it off with your teeth, if necessary. No, you're missing a really good trick there. If you join them, first of all, you have to be able to fit both in your mouth. Therefore, you have restricted the amount of cream that you put in the middle. Secondly, if you follow the instructions to put jam on, and as much cream on as you can, scrape the cream off with your teeth. I was brought up on them, so I have perfected this art form. You scrape the cream off with your teeth. If necessary, to avoid suspicion of what you're doing, you then nibble, and I really do mean nibble, the smallest nibble of your scone. You then mound on more cream and repeat. If you do not get through more than one vessel of cream, because they usually give it to you in a little pot about this big. If you do not get rid of one pot of cream, if you're not on your second pot, preferably more, by the end, you have not been trying, my friend. Hence, you need both sides of the scone to eat the cream with, so that you have your big circle, and then you go, nibble. Big circle of cream, nibble. Big circle of cream, nibble. And then you've still got another half a scone to eat the next bowl of cream with. Hey, this is how it's done by a professional, for which I would consider myself well educated in this manner. For I grew up on the Devon border. I can eat my body weight in clotted cream. And to be honest, fuck jam. It's all about the cream. It's not really even about the scone. The scone is only there to get it in your face. I mean, you might as well use a spoon. But it is the politeness, you know. One does it with a little more style with jam and scone, and the pretense of eating the jam and scone with the cream. Yeah, but you see, you do good sausages, so that's fine. You are off the hook, for sausages are also a great personal favourite. The second question then came up in the group. So, the question came up, does pineapple go on a pizza? Now, we did concede that it depends. If you like pineapple on your pizza, and the pizza is purely for you, if you want pineapple and sprout on your pizza, go you. You can have whatever floats your boat. If you are sharing, it is dependent upon the other people that you are sharing with. And chances are, at least one of them will say no to pineapple. But there'll also be someone who goes, I don't want mushrooms. There'll also be someone who goes, I don't want peppers. There'll also be one who goes, oh, I'm vegan. And then there'll also be one that goes, you know, I don't want this, I don't want that. So you have to kind of group up, okay? So let's say you're going to have a pizza between 1 or 2 people other than yourself. So there's 2 or 3 people eating a pizza. You have to go with the majority rules. So let's say you are at least with a bunch of meat-eating people, and you are a meat eater yourself. You therefore have an all-meat pizza, for you will be safe with all of them. If you're with the vegetarians, you have mushrooms and peppers and sweet corn on your pizza, for they do not want the meat. If you're with vegans, well, sorry for you, because vegan cheese is just not the same. But other than that, it's, you know, whatevs. But again, if you're eating it on your own, you can have, I don't know, you can put chocolate chips, pineapple and broccoli on it. So what goes on a pizza depends what you're doing with it. If you want cod, haddock and broccoli, you have that as long as it's your pizza. If you're sharing it with me, you keep your fish off my pizza and I'll keep pineapple off it if you don't like pineapple, right? That's the deal. So chances are it'll be a meat pizza. And this is the thing. So there is no hard and fast rule to whether pineapple belongs on a pizza. I know the Italians will cry because to them pineapple does not belong on a pizza. But then they do their pizzas very differently to the Western pizza. They don't put shredded cheese on and have a big pile of cheese. They put little broken up bits of cheese on it. Well, then I can kind of respect that, well, they almost don't put toppings on a pizza. So for that point of view, no, pineapple wouldn't sit on a pizza because it's not that kind of pizza. But in a Western world, where we have grated mozzarella, tomato sauce, and, you know, deep crust, thin crust, stuffed crust, and all the rest of it, if I want to put pineapple and ham on my pizza, Well, it's my pizza and I'm eating it. They do, and they're not really slices. They're more clumps of mozzarella. Now, and that's also fine. But it's like everything. It's much like my wedding dress thing. A dress is the traditional thing to do. And yes, the way the Italians, because they kind of invented it, make pizza is traditional. But if you're going for the quick Vegas wedding, if you're going for, got to hike halfway up a mountain to have it wedding, then going up there in a flouncy dress is probably a bit weird, frankly. So you have to respect the situation. And in the Western world, we don't generally do big chunks of mozzarella. We do grated mozzarella, and then it all bubbles together. So we have like a base, and then so you kind of have like an edible plate upon which you put toppings, which are your food. So we generally have a number of toppings. The Italians at most will have a few sprigs of basil or something and call it a job. And that's great, because their pizzas taste nice like that. But our pizzas, a mozzarella pizza like ours, tends to taste a little bit boring, really. It's not got the same pizzazz. So you have to respect that our pizzas are different. They are a variation on a theme, much like the lace types. We went home, we saw your pizzas, we went home, and we did kind of the same thing, but a bit different. So ours are like British pizzas, or American pizzas, or everybody else. Basically, the rest of the world pizzas are more like our pizzas. So, I don't know who started it, probably the Americans, but, whoever started it, made it in a very similar manner, but a bit different. And we like it that way too. It's not that we hate Italian pizzas. We just like our pizzas. And it's the same with British curries. As a fellow Brit, I'm sure you are aware many of the curries that we eat in this country are not made in India. That's just not how it's done. But it doesn't make them horrid. Now, admittedly, sometimes the Indians will laugh at you because it is, chicken tikka masala, for example, is not made in India. They just don't have one. It is a British dish. And they laugh at all the Brits who go in asking for files and vindalays, right? Because that's their starting level of spices. But we've done our twist on it, and it's really popular. Does it make it wrong then? No. We're not pretending it's authentically Indian and exactly what they would have made at home. We are making our takeout of an Indian style takeaway. We don't claim it as 100% authentic. Now, some of them are more authentic than others. Don't get me wrong. One of my favourite Indian meals is chicken naga. Naga chilies are quite arse-numbingly, mind-blowingly strong. Love it. And I discovered the other day, a few months ago, that the local one of the local curry places also does burgers. Now, it was not that drew me to them. It was the fact that they made naga burgers. They put naga sauce on burgers and kebabs. I like this. This is... You should have seen the look on my neighbour's face when I told them. My neighbours are also into curries. And when I said that they made naga burgers... Absolutely. And it is the kind of thing. Now, tomorrow's Wednesday. I generally have takeout on a Friday. If I start thinking about naga burgers on Wednesday, I'm having naga burgers on Friday, right? There will be nothing else. I like pizzas, but I don't have them too often. There is another burger place that do a bit like a KFC chicken zinger, but they also do nachos. And I really am quite partial to the nachos. I mean, it really is quite pathetic, really. Grated cheese, Doritos, and a few jalapeno peppers thrown in. It's really not complicated. I mean, I really should make my own. But the fact that I can go onto an app on my phone and go, send food, and a man will arrive like half an hour later with some food, is a thing. So it is my Friday treat to myself. And so, no, it's never the same when you make it yourself. Now, sometimes it is actually technically nicer, but then you've got to have cooked it, you've got to wash up after it. You can't just chuck the rubbish in the bin and move on, right? It's... You've got to have thought about it in advance. You've got to have decided before Friday evening what you're actually having. Because, I've got a number of choices here. I can get fish and chips, of which I don't do fish and chips. I do sausages and chips, but fish and chips. I can get burgers. I can get nugget burgers. I can get curry. I can have Chinese. I can have Greek. I can have shawarma. I can have pizzas. There's quite a few pizza joints. Some better than others, obviously. One of them's really quite... one of them, the only way to explain it is they make a 14-inch pizza. Great. But they only put stuff in the middle. They don't spread it round. So if you said I want onion, you'll get like a mound of onion in the middle. And so the middle's not cooked at all. It's hideous and and I thought, well, maybe the first time it was a mistake. No, they did it the second, third time, and I didn't try again. So we don't buy pizza from there. But I also like buying from places that do chicken nuggets. Well, I tend to go with the flow because there's only me here and some dogs. So I like some nuggets for the dogs because it's takeout day for them too. So they get a few chicken nuggets. Now, not everybody does chicken nuggets, but most people do chicken nuggets. Or chicken strips if you can't, if you can't get nuggets, they'll do something like that you can give to the dog. So I usually kind of get to kind of lunchtime on Friday and start mentally planning out what I'm going to have for tea. But other weeks, I've known all week. I've known all week that I'm going to have something, right? Well, and that's one of the weird things is there's chicken nuggets and chicken nuggets, right? There are some chicken nuggets that are so overly processed, that it's like almost chicken pate in a blob, right? And then there are some that are just kind of like lumps of chicken with batter on that then get cooked. And obviously the latter is much better for you because the chicken puree is, well, in the immortal words of McDonald's, mechanically recovered head meat. Yeah, the McDonald's mechanically recovered head meat, that's not exactly food, dude. Whereas at least it was definitely chicken because it still looks a bit like a lump of chicken. That's fine. That's fine. I'm good with those. Of course, you don't know necessarily which you're going to get until you get it. It's like chicken burgers. When you order a chicken burger, you can get one of two kinds of chicken burger. One is the mushy processed chicken done in a round splat variety. Now, it could just be minced chicken, but it looks more like, kind of refried, chicken pate or something. Or you get chicken breast in maybe a battery kind of spicy, coated-y type thing in your burger. The latter is great. The former, not so much. And when you order a chicken burger, you don't really know until you've got it. Now, some of them will have a chicken burger and a chicken breast burger. In which case, always order the chicken breast burger because it's actually made of, well, chicken. The rest, well, it came off a chicken, but it's. But then so did my, I could argue you could argue the claws and the feathers came off a chicken, but you don't call it a burger, right? So it's, while it is takeout, and we are not pretending that there is great culinary delight in and the height of health and beauty in a takeout, you can still have a few standards that some of them, the mushy processed chicken especially, is a standard too low, perhaps, than you're prepared to go. Now, there are days when maybe that's what you really, really want, but those days aren't very common. Most of the time you want lazy but nice, but possibly unhealthy, but not ridiculously unhealthy food. We're not talking so toxic it's probably going to kill you food, but at the same time, you can hardly pretend that you're going to win, Nutrition of the Year award with it, right? Let's not be pretending that it is, a stew of the finest vegetables. No, it's definitely not that. We've also got a pasta place around here, which does quite nice. There's also a pudding place and a sandwich place. Bear in mind, I'm actually in the arse end of nowhere. I literally have fields behind my house. But I'm on the cusp of a town, and some of them will just about stretch this far. So, it's a bit late now. What is it? 11 o'clock. But if I open up Magic App of Hunger, Just Eat tells me that there are... Hang on. 38 places listed that would send me food. That's a lot. If I tell you, when I moved in here 6 years ago, there were about 6. 38 places will come here and bring me food. Yeah. When my dad died and I was staying at his house, now he was in the edge of London, so he was like 100 yards from the high street. There were like 60 something, and that was 7 years ago. It was mind blowing. It really was. And I'd be like hungry. It'd be lunchtime. I'd open up the app and it would go like almost like a toilet roll of choices, and you're going, and you want me to pick? Fuck. I can't pick from all of that because you want to try all of them. Now, obviously, some of them, Pizza Hut and all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, you know what that tastes like. But, I wonder what that is. To be honest, if I'd lived there for 6 months, I almost wouldn't have tried the same one twice. It was ridiculous. And especially in the evening, dear God alone, that was for lunch, let alone in the evening. It was close to 3 figures. It was frightening. Round here seems to be really into peri-peri chicken. Despite me being really into spices, I'm not really into peri-peri chicken. It doesn't float my boat. But we have a couple of fish and chips. We have we have my favourite curry place that does burgers. So they're called Curry Hut, and they do wacky burgers. Yeah, I love those people. Domino's, a few more curry places, more peri-peri. Well, I like you. I need to go to bed because, I got work in the morning, and so I need to put stuff away, and I need to eat some food actually because I don't have any tea. because I was only going to do a couple of hours and then I got carried away. So, but I shall be back tomorrow. I put up a schedule so that. Thank you all for joining me. I hope you will come again. Please do come again. I would love to see you all. Take care, everybody. Night night.